Well, Happy New Year, everyone. Happy 2023. It's Friday night. You know what that means? Another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. The way this works, super simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. On that chat box, you will enter your question, comment, concern of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I do not. But either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. Guys, I'm excited, man. 2023 is going to be a great year. Let me get the gram going as well for these folks on his road too. It's going to be a great year. Really excited with everything that we've got planned for the store, for you guys, and just the season in general. Just liking how the lawn is looking, although probably like a lot of you guys in the Southeast United States, I had a really wet start to 2023. But the lawn will survive, right? Things will survive. So I got some cool things I'm going to share with you guys tonight. The people in the Academy already know about some of it, but like I promised you, the Academy will know first. And then if you're on the live stream, you guys are going to be the first to know about some cool developments as well too. So be sure to stay tuned for that. Those they're tuning on Instagram, what's going on? Hopefully you guys are doing well, as well as Twitter and the Facebook. All right, so let's see what we got in the live stream tonight. We got Mr. VMH kicking it off, saying Happy New Year, Ron. Happy Friday. Happy New Year, VMH. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you had a good and safe, fun holiday season. So your question that you had, some of the questions you guys had, like heartfelt fashion around products, if you wouldn't mind reposting those, because the software did not pick them up. You posted before like the show started. So if you don't mind putting your question in again about like the fun product you're interested in, and I will revisit that. So yeah, VMH, glad to see you're chiming in, sir, and that you're hanging out in the live stream. Damien's coming in saying, evening, sir. And then his goal, I like it. He says, I'm trying to get that golf course lawn green before the neighbors. I like it. we can definitely help with that, man. That's a great goal. It's funny. We are kind of a competitive bunch, right? The lawn's only been dormant for a few months now, and now that 2023 has turned the corner, we can't wait to get back out there, start working on the lawn, start getting our products down, mowing, doing all the fun stuff we enjoy doing to get our lawns looking their absolute best, right? So they'll be here before you know it. I'll outline some things that how I am going to go about it this season, and not saying that my way is the only way, but as far as what I've had really good results with. So definitely stay tuned for that. But yeah, it's as far as getting to the point where you're getting to get your pre-emergent out, get your soil testing done. Your soil testing you could do now if you wanted to, but get your soil testing done for the spring, your pre-emergent out, get your Essential G out, which will get that back in stock here hopefully soon. We're still waiting. Trust me guys, I've been on the phone and just in correspondence with Miramichi Green about this, like several people there, and they're working on it. It's not just me that doesn't have it right now. There's a lot of other people that try and carry it that don't have it as well either. So it's not just a me thing. They are working to get some more manufactured, and believe me, as soon as it becomes available, you guys will get notified on YouTube, Instagram, email. You guys will definitely absolutely know. One thing you can do, because it's a question I've been getting a lot of, is like, when is Essential G coming back in stock? Is if you go here, to here on the store, and let's see here. Yep. So if you go to, for those of you that aren't familiar with the store, if you go to just golfcourselawn.store, go to shop, and then Miramichi Green Biostimulants, the first item will be the Essential G, right? So click on that, and then on here there is a box where it says notify when available. Click on that and throw your email address in here. That way, literally as soon as it goes back in stock, you're gonna get an email saying, hey, it's back in stock. It's gonna have a URL for you to click to go get it. And that'll be the absolute fastest way to know. Again, I'm gonna obviously talk about it on the show here. I'm gonna be sending it out over social media. But if you absolutely want to know as soon as it's available again, go here and click on notify me when it's available. That is what that's there for, and you'll be emailed as soon as it comes back in stock. Comes back in stock. So we got Price 50 say, what's going on, Ron? Love that you're doing this live on the gram. Yeah, man. So I'm doing it on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Eventually, I'm going to get Instagram tied in with the software that I'm using. So you guys, your comments will come in here as well. But if you guys want to ask a question, you can. Yeah, I can do that. I can absolutely share a link for you. Yeah, so for Essential G, go here. I can paste that in, no problem. And again, you can't buy it just yet, but or it's not back in stock yet. But put your name on that list. Say notify me when it's available. And you'll be, as soon as it comes back in stock, you'll be able to, you'll get an email and you'll be able to pick it up. On the topic of other good news, I know we're going to get, I said share it later, but we could get into it now. On the topic of good news, a lot of you guys have been asking about Humic Max. Humic Max has become a bit of a unicorn after last year when it sold out. Happy to let you guys know that more Humic Max is on the way. It's going to be back in stock. Like, we are going to start carrying it again. So kind of like Essential G, if you go to here on the store, so shop, and this time you're going to go into lawn fertilizer and scroll down, and there's Humic Max. Right now it's showing sold out, but literally throw your name in here, say notify me when available, and as soon as it's in stock, you guys will be notified. You're going to get an email saying when and where you can, how you can order it, how you can pick it up. And again, I'm really happy that we were able to get the pricing to where it made sense to be able to carry the product again. It's an awesome product. And yeah, so Humic Max is coming back to the store, and something else is coming too. I don't know if I should share it with you guys yet. We can share it again, because the people that are here first, that are always here early, the diehards, I think you guys deserve to know before everybody else. Don't you guys think so? I mean, I was going to wait till later on, but I think you guys deserve to know first. So in addition to Humic Max, and this actually will probably be available for sale before Humic Max, because we don't have to have a special run of it, is another offering. So one of the questions you guys have asked me was around saying, hey, you know what? Humic Max is great. It's a great product. Love the 1608, but it'd be really nice if we could get something that has some phosphorus in it. It'd be really nice for those of us that want a starter fertilizer, or your soil test results are saying, hey, you need something more of a complete fertilizer that has, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, has everything, along with a little bit of micronutrient and some other goodies. And so I've been working on that in the off season. And that is coming to the store as well too. Again, literally, it should be the goal is to have both Humic Max and this available for sale by mid-February. The first product will be available for sale before then. But what I'm talking about, we can go back to the store here real quick, is this guy. Now this one you can't put in as yet. You can't put in your name as yet, because my goal is by next week I'll have a link up that you guys can actually access and can be set up to be notified when it's available. But this is another fertilizer in the Country Club line. So Humic Max, is a 150 SGN fertilizer. This is their greens grade stuff. And I know you're like saying, okay, well, what does that really mean? What is that? It sounds cool. What's so great about it? What's so good, first of all, about a smaller prill in a fertilizer? So instead of just showing you, which I'll show you here on the live stream, but instead of just telling you what it is sometimes some things are better shown. So if you look at this comparison that you're seeing on your screen now, there's 3 fertilizers here, right? So you got on the left, if I can pause this, on the left, you have the traditional fertilizer size, a typical prill size that you'll get at your some other online retailers, your Home Depot. That's what you would normally find, right? In the middle is Humic Max, and then to the right is Country Club. So what you're seeing is, like, on the left is a fertilizer that's a 210 or so SGN, so bigger prill. So if you have a tighter lawn, right, that is going to have more trouble getting down past the grass down to the dirt, into the soil. There you have Humic Max. You can see it's much, much smaller. And then you have finally the Country Club, what we're calling the Country Club Complete, which has an even smaller prill size. So that is what this guy is. If you guys want to see some pictures I took already of the product. So this is your label of what you've got on it. It's a 14-7-14. In addition to having nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, you're also going to get a little bit of humic acid, a little bit of sea kelp that's also in there, and you also get some micronutrients. So it's really a complete fertilizer. Really happy we're able to make this one happen. But yeah, so as far as your analysis, you got, again, it's a 14-7-14, 2% iron, 1% magnesium, and 1.5% 1% manganese, and 1.5% magnesium. So literally, as far as a fertilizer that is a very balanced has a bit of everything you need for an amazing lawn, for your starter fert, if you're doing a seeding project, or if you just have a lawn where you could use some phosphorus, this is going to be your jam. It's going to be your jam. So this is coming. This is coming to the store as well. Literally, the order's already in for it, so it should be here anytime soon. And my goal is by next week, you guys will be able to, sign up to be notified when that one is available as well. So they're doing some big things. Looking forward to this season to give you guys the stuff that you really want. Really happy to get Humic Max back again, because it's an awesome fertilizer. Just like you guys miss it, I miss it. I love that stuff. I use that in my lawn with great results. A lot of you guys had awesome results with it. And now we're adding another one to the line to complete the package. So you're fully covered as far as, your golf course lawn fertilizers, your smaller prill fertilizers. So, to show you guys, again, I got it here. This is your standard fertilizer prill size. And to kind of give you a reference, this is a pen, like the tip of a pen. You can see how big that is. And then next up, we got Humic Max. Right, again, tip of a pen. You see how much much smaller prill. So when you have tighter cut turf, or even if you have tall grass, right? Like, as far as the prill getting hung up in the grass, hung up in the canopy in the lawn, this is much more likely to happen. This being a smaller prill is going to get past that, going to get past the grass, get past the canopy, get down on the soil where it can begin working faster. And then finally, you got the Country Club, the 14-7-14. You can see, you can see how fine that prill is. It's almost like powder. It's very, very fine. This will work on everything from your 2-inch lawns all the way to you guys that are super crazy and have your golf course, an actual green at home. This is what you're going to want. So we got you covered in all spots. So Humic Max and the Country Club Complete, which is coming to the store. Cool. So that's out of the way. I wanted to share it with you guys. You guys are the first ones to know outside of the Academy folks. And now on with the show. Back to the other questions that we might have in the live stream. Again, I'll go through a lot of this again because people come and go as the show progresses. But I wanted to, you guys to be the first to know about the good news. All right. So next up is can't stop mowing, but can't stop walking, but love mowing and cruising. All right. He's just having a happy day. And then you got NMS Otter number 1A. He was one of the winners of our live stream giveaway for Christmas. He says, happy Friday and Happy New Year. Happy Friday, Happy New Year as well, NMS Auditor. And then Heartfelt Fashion. says Carbon Pro. No, Essential G, that's me. I appreciate the support, heartfelt. Listen, guys, I cannot apologize enough for like the delay of getting this done. I really was supposed to, Essential G was supposed to be back in stock before the new year, but again, it's just some delays in manufacturing. They are working on it. You guys are going to have it anytime soon, and it's literally as soon as it's available. If you guys go and sign up to be notified, you're going to get it. So I'm waiting for it just like you guys are. It is coming. It's just they're just literally making the stuff. So it's an awesome product, man. Love me some Carbon Pro. Love me some Essential G. I used to use Carbon Pro G before, but Essential G, that has been my jam for the last coming up on 2 years now. And Granger saying, I'll order from you, Ron. Thank you so much, sir. I really do appreciate the support. Thanks again. And again, guys on the gram, even though you guys aren't like in the main chat, if you have any questions or anything you guys want to chat about, feel free to drop it in here. I'll look over here periodically and I will answer questions from both sides as they pop in. All right, Mary J's up next saying, Happy New Year, Ron. Hope you're well. Thumbs up. Yeah, it's been busy. It's been a busy off season. You know, the week or so that I had off work, you know, you can tell you enjoy work whenever you know, at my primary job, between the day after Christmas through New Year, we were pretty much shut down. I mean, there wasn't a lot happening. If there was a meeting or email here and there, but for the most part, no one was really scheduling anything. And I gotta tell you, I missed it. Like, I'm someone that loves working. I don't think I could ever really retire. And the same thing with my lawn. I love working on my lawn, love working on the store, love making content, and I'm happy to be back in the saddle, you know, back at work and back at doing what I love, And again, some of the downtime was good in the sense that we're able to make some of the final arrangements on some of the fertilizer products that are going to be coming finalized. But yeah, ready to be back. Happy to be back. All right, next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, Happy New Year, all. Got some clover and some small POA breakthrough. Uh-oh. Not good. It says, time to treat this weekend. We need more cold weather here in Texas. Yeah. I mean, POA is unfortunately it's the thing you're gonna have to deal with this time of year, and clover. Hopefully your pre-emergent did a good job for the most part, to where you're only having a little bit breakthrough, where you're just doing some spot treating. You know, I'll tell you, when you don't do any pre-emergent in the fall, that's when, you know, POA takes over your lawn and it becomes a nightmare. So if you have a little bit breakthrough here and there, you know, just get some certainty on it. You already know what to do, Andrew. Get some certainty on it, and then you're good to go. Get some certainty on it, and that should clean it up very, very nicely. All right, we got our first super chat. Let me get down here on that and get that really quick from Mr. Jackie Bear.
Super chat received.
He says, Brother Ron, have an excellent stream, sir. I appreciate it, Jackie Bear. Thank you so much, sir. And unlike last week, when the past couple of weeks, guys, I've been messing up here. I was not getting the show sponsor up soon enough. So I'm trying to do better about that. So today, our show sponsor for the time being, Mr. Jackie Bear, with a $10 super chat, kicking it off. The first super chat of 2023. So you got that. You can put a feather in your cap. You're the first one to give a super chat this year, Jackie. And there you go, your name in lights for whatever that means to you. All right, so let's go back up here and see what else we have here. Question from Michael Norton. He says, how the backyard do with that heavy rain we had this week? Man, it was rough. It rained and rained and rained, and then when it stopped raining, it rained some more, and there was rain on top of the rain. And this is what I was dealing with. You guys want to see what the lawn looked like? Of course, I had to shoot some video to show you guys. So this is what I was dealing with, you know, plenty of rain coming down, and you can see the small lake that was forming there in the backyard. It was not good, guys. I was not happy about that, but what are you going to do? Such is life, right? There's so much rain, so much water comes down. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. But then afterwards, right? So the rain is down, and then 2 days ago, no, that's not 2 days ago. Yesterday evening, I broke out the outlet, got out there and turf raked, and just, you know, cleaned up a little bit of zebra stripes, a little bit of rain clippings or grass clippings that were there. Rain clippings, a little bit of grass clippings that were there, and this is what the lawn looks like. Literally, this is this evening, right before the live stream. I shot this this video isn't even an hour old, so you can see what it's looking like now. So the turf rake made a quick work of cleaning up a little bit of grass clippings mess that were all over the place. And the lawn looks great. It's ready. It's good to go, guys. See, the goal is for me is that here in the next, by early February, when I get my pre-emergent out, that I really shouldn't have to do much. Like, my pre-scalp this year should be much less than what it's been in years past. Hopefully, it should just be just taking a taste off the entire lawn, because I am, I'm really working on cleaning it out and making sure that I've just not been allowing a lot of thatch to build up. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that works out as far as reducing my workload in the lawn this year. Workload in the lawn this year when it comes to getting ready for this spring. All right, next up we got Mr. Timothy Wolf. He says, "Hey Ron, do you know?" Of course, the question's about inventory. Hey Ron, do you know when you will get? I got to get for this to scroll off because I got a super chat on my screen. Yeah, do you know when you'll get more Nutrizolve and pre-emergent? Yes. So I actually I reached out to the supplier that like hosts all this stuff, that warehouses all this stuff, and they're putting orders in this week for I'll show you guys. So pretty much you go to the store and it's just like, what's going on? Is just, there's so much stuff's out of stock right now. A lot of it is that they're just holding on to the inventory during the time of year when there's not a whole lot of sales is expensive. But Turfplex is coming back in. Nutrizolve is going back in stock. You guys already know what's going to happen with Country Club. That's going to be coming here soon. But pretty much everything you see here on the store that's out of stock will be back in stock here shortly. On the topic of your weed killers, you can get prodiamine now, Timothy. So if you want to get some now before it sells out, there's a little bit left, I think. So obviously the post-emergence we have in stock. We're Carrot, we got those. We tend to not let those go away. Dithiopyr is currently out. That will be replenished. And currently you can still get prodiamine. Like this, I looked at inventory. There's not that much of that. There's probably 30 bags of this currently left. There's, again, more's coming in, obviously. But if you want to get your head start on your pre-emergent, and you want to go with prodiamine, then you've got the option for the granular, you've got the 5-pound jug, and then you've got the smaller ones. Those are all in stock. So all the prodiamine is still currently in stock. It's just the dithiopyr that currently isn't. But again, it's going to everything will open up here pretty soon, Timothy. Like orders are being put in, and here within the next couple of weeks, everything should open right back up. You should be able to get everything you need, assuming we don't already have it. Again, just go to the product you're interested in, put your name on that, notify me when it's back in stock, and literally as soon as it is, you're going to automatically get an email through the magic of technology, and you'll be able to pick it up. But yeah, for prodiamine, we're good to go. So I'm not sure if that works for you, but yeah, we currently have that. And Nutrizolve, just like you, I can't wait to get some more of it here in stock, because that is part of what I use on my lawn. It's part of my program. As far as my typical staple is the Humic Max that does most of the heavy lifting. So that at 3 pounds per thousand gives me about half a pound of nitrogen. And then Turfplex, or I can actually show you. I'm talking this, but I can actually show you guys, right? That's showing is better than talking about it. All right, so we have. I know what's going on. I'm on the preview one. So we'll go to here to lawn fertilizer. Yep. So what I tend to use is again the Country Club as my base. And then I'll either go with Turfplex as my liquid fertilizer, or the 901C carbon kit. Last year, this is what I rolled with. I use the carbon kit with 901C. This has like a 9% nitrogen, 1% potassium fertilizer, liquid fertilizer. And that's what I used a lot of last year. But either one of those, I mean, Turfplex is a great product. The carbon kit 901C is an excellent product. I loved it. Had awesome results. You guys saw how the lawn looked last year. But yeah, that is my typical stack. So Country Club, Turfplex, or Nutrizolve, the carbon kit, obviously. And of course, the thing that we don't let ever go out of stock is Primo Max. This is the bee's knees. We're definitely we definitely don't let this ever go away. I'm not saying you guys can't break the store and buy enough of it that I run into an inventory issue, but I try to keep a lot of this in stock to where you don't really have to worry about it going away. So, but yeah, that's what I typically run on my lawn throughout the growing season. And the first thing I'm going to start out with, kind of like you guys, is getting my soil test done, Essential G down whenever it comes back in, and then my pre-emergent. And then it's just that waiting game to get the lawn rolling, man. Get the fertilizer out, starter fert or Humic Max out, and just let the domination begin, right? Let the domination begin. We got it. That's the thing. We get our early start as far as all of our prep work, the scalping, so where we green up a couple of weeks before everybody else. That's everyone's on here. I'm sure it's all of our goal. and then just let the rest of the neighborhood try and catch up, right? That's what we're after. All right, we got another super chat here from Mr. Archie Amos. Let me get down here really quick. From Archie, thank you so much, Archie. I really do appreciate it.
Super chat received.
No question, no comment, just a super chat, just supporting the channel. He just says, evening, young man, just signing in. I appreciate that, Archie. Thank you so much for the support, sir. And for that, you are now, Jackie, you've been dethroned. Archie Amos. Archie Amos is now our show sponsor. So again, thanks for the support, Archie. All right, so let me start burning through some of these questions. I know you guys didn't come here to listen to me jibber jabber. Well, you did, but you wanted me to jibber jabber about the stuff that you guys care about, not just, you know, the store and products and that kind of thing. All right, so now let's see. We have here from Higgy Pop. He says, happy weekend to everyone. And then happy New Year. And the 2023 season or 2023 season is here. It is. I'm excited. I can't get ready. I can't wait to get going. Green M is saying, how's it going, Ron? Everyone, lots of rain and snow. Hey, listen, we don't use the S word. No snow. We don't use the snow word around these parts. We don't want, you guys can keep all that up north. We had our 7 and 8 degree days here in Georgia. That was enough. We suffered through our penance. You know, we don't need snow. I don't need any resets. So all I want from here on is a nice warming trend. No snow. And in Fresno, California, wow. He says Fresno and Kings Canyon National Park. Well, thanks for chiming in from California, Green M. And guys, for the 80 plus of you that are in here, if you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like button, hit the like button. It doesn't cost anything. It's a free way to support the channel. I mean, it's a free way. You don't have to go to the store and buy anything. All I would appreciate it if you did. And it's a great way to send good vibes to the algorithm, get more people to come over here, and helps the channel grow. So it's a great way and free way to support everything that we are trying to do here, while I take a sip of my limonada. All right. We got Happy New Year from Martha's Vineyard. Michael Carroll. What's going on, Michael? Living your best life in Martha's Vineyard. Thanks for coming to hang out. Doug M saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Doug. And then No Name. You know, I actually work with No Name. I still kind of sort of do, but says Happy New Year, Ron. And fellow lawn enthusiasts, I need to clean up my yard after the river I had run through with all these storms. Also, I need to drop some lime to get my pH up before spring. Now's the time to do it, man. If you have your soil test results and they're saying, hey, your pH is low, lime or pH adjustments, just pH adjustments in general, whether it be raising it or lowering it, tend to take longer to be reflected in your soil test results than like your macronutrient adjustments. Like if your nitrogen is low, potassium is low, phosphorus is low, iron's low, those are relatively quicker fixes, but pH, depending on your soil type, can take a while to adjust. So getting that lime down earlier, sooner than later, is a good idea. No Name. Now, you didn't say what kind you're going to go with. And remember, when it comes to lime, you got two options. You got calcitic lime or dolomitic lime. If your soil test results show that your magnesium levels are low, so those are a bit outside the optimal range, then go with the dolomitic lime. And if your magnesium levels are fine, then you can go with calcitic lime. The way I remember it is D, the letter D, like D for dolomitic, is closer to M for magnesium in the alphabet. So D is closer to M in the alphabet. So if my magnesium's low, get the lime that's closer to it, so dolomitic. And if it's not low, then go with calcitic. And that may not make any sense to you guys, but the way my brain works, that's how I remember which one is used for what. Thanks for coming to hang out, man. Lee Farmer. Hey, Ron. What's going on, Lee? Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream, sir. Golf Course Academy squad representing. Always good, Lee. Really, really, really good. And then Higgy Pop saying, here in Georgia, we're getting a ton of rain. Should I be concerned about fungus come spring? You should not necessarily. I mean, the big thing, Higgy, I would say is this, right? I mean, the rain is fine. There's nothing wrong with rainfall. It's a good thing. The thing that can increase your chances of having disease problems is if you have a lot of thatch in your lawn, meaning you have a lawn that doesn't drain well, so it stays wet and spongy. Like a good example, like if you go and look at like the lawn, how it was now, right? That was literally after a bunch of rain. It was soaked. Literally the next day after it being like fully drenched, the lawn was you could walk on it. There wasn't really any standing water, no slushy spots. This is what it looked like literally right before the live stream. So whether or not you have disease issues or fungus issues, or the likely or rain help being able to influence that, is like how well your lawn drains. Like if a lot of moisture sits around for a long time, like if you have like a big thatch layer and it's really spongy and it just water just doesn't drain very quickly, that in of itself is not going to cause a disease problem. But if your lawn is susceptible to it or it gets exposed to it, the conditions are better for you to have a bad problem. You know what I mean? So that is where a scalp, like I'm a big fan of scalping your lawn in the spring. If you've got, if you've got a Bermuda, Zoysia lawn, you can, scalping those I think are a good thing. On the topic of scalping, because I knew this topic was going to come up, we released a blog post today. I think I can show you guys that on this very topic. So if you go to, again, the store, it's not only about buying stuff. Obviously, we want you to buy and support the store, but if you go to the blog for free, for absolutely cost you absolutely nothing but a few minutes of your time. We have released this today, asking the question, should you scalp your lawn in the spring? And the short answer is, in my opinion, yes. But it goes through and shows the process that I use. Not saying it's the only way to do it, but it's the process that I use for scalping. Talks about what lawn scalping is, when to scalp your lawn, the types of grasses that you can and should not scalp. So some of these are like St. Augustine, centipede, buffalo, the kind of grass you want to avoid being scalped. So we talk about that, what kind of equipment you're going to need, what you set your height of cut to, that type of thing. So a lot of the questions that I get in the live stream on this topic, we put together into a blog post that is now available for you guys to answer a lot of those questions. So if you are interested in that, because I know you guys don't want to have to go and actually go over there and click and search and scroll down and like all that. I know y'all are a demanding bunch. You guys want me to do all the hard work for you. This is the link to that, to Scalping blog. All right, there we go. And for those of you on the gram, I don't want you guys to be left out. This is the blog post that I'm sharing with everyone on YouTube that was just released today on lawn scalping. So if you want to know about scalping your lawn and be interested in it, that will cover that. But so the thing I would say, Higgy, kind of tie this around, bring it full circle, put a nice bow around it, is if you're concerned about it, I would consider doing a scalp. Now, when to do that, I can tell you for my lawn, early next month, maybe even late this month, but late this month, early next month is when I'm gonna be doing my pre-scalp. I like to do my scalp, my first one, prior to getting my pre-emergent out, because you figure if your lawn is really thick, right? Let's say you've got like the typical Bermuda lawn in Georgia that's not yet a golf course lawn, and it's 2 inches tall, and you go out there and you're putting out like a granular pre-emergent, I do, some of that's going to get caught in the grass. Is not necessarily all going to get down in the soil. So what you don't want to do is put out that pre-emergent in a thicker lawn, scalp it, and then potentially take up some. You're not going to take up all of it, but you can take up some of the pre-emergent, some of the product that you just spent your hard-earned money putting down on the lawn. Hence why I am a fan of doing like a scalping in 2 phases. I like to do an early one earlier, do like a bit of a cleanup in early February-ish time frame. Then I get my pre-emergent out because like to do my pre-emergent early. Again, not saying it's the only way to do it, but that's how I like to do it, and I get good results with it. And then if your lawn needs it, late February, early March, you can do your final cleanups, your final scalp to get the lawn ready for the season. After which you can put out your first fertilizer for the season. That's the way that I like to do it. So in your case, where you're worried about fungus, consider doing a scalp. That's gonna reduce your chances of having a disease problem, because by getting rid of that layer of grass, you're gonna allow more sunlight, more heat to get down. It's gonna allow the soil to dry out, that top surface to dry out a little bit more, and you're gonna reduce the likelihood of disease problems. So there is that. If you do get some kind of fungus problem, you can obviously use a fungicide, something like Headway. But it's better to prevent these problems in the first place versus than having to treat them after the fact. So hope that helps, sir. Appreciate you coming to hang out in the live stream. Appreciate all the love and support. Mr. Robert Majoros is up next saying, cheers, Ron and all. Looking forward to keeping the blue side up tonight. That's good. It's always a good thing. Robert, I know you're a pilot. You're a captain. Used to fly commercially, and that's one of my things. That's one of my hobbies. Is that you guys talk about what I look at on YouTube? Is outside of like space videos on space. I love watching videos on aviation. on aviation, everything having to do like new airplanes being released, on air accidents, like how they happen, like all the events that lead up to that kind of stuff. So I'm really into aviation, really in anything if it goes fast and makes noise, I'm into it. So rockets, cars, airplanes, pretty much anything, boats, tractors, anything that makes noise and goes fast. We'll have to get over that eventually, though, right? Because with everything being electrified, I'm gonna have to get used to an RC car sounding really good. Be like, oh man, he's got to be running like a ton of amps through that motor, something like that, right? I show that I don't know a ton about electric cars as far as the jargon as yet, anyway, right? But it'll become a thing. All right, next up is Doug 350Z saying Happy New Year, Ron. Happy New Year, Doug. Thanks for coming and hang out, sir. Appreciate you. And then next up is Mr. RD in the live stream saying, hey, Happy New Year. I just cut down 2 huge trees that were shading a large portion of my lawn. What do you think is the best way to get Bermuda to grow over the holes they left? Okay, so good. First of all, good job on getting rid of the trees if your goal is to have the best possible lawn that you can. As far as the Bermuda to grow in, it's going to be a time thing. So this time of year, RD, the Bermuda isn't actively growing. It's checked out. It's dormant. In the next 6 weeks or so, it should begin waking up. The lawn will start getting more heat. The lawn will start waking up. Again, I'm assuming you're in Georgia or somewhere in the Southeast United States. And once the lawn wakes up, once Bermuda becomes active again, it'll begin spreading. What you can do at that time is once the lawn is growing, you're seeing green, like the lawn is starting to come to life again, is you can get a tool called a pro plugger, and you can pull cores from areas of your lawn that are doing well and transport that to the areas where the trees used to be. That's going to allow the Bermuda to root in there and then begin spreading out. And then it's just a time thing. Once we start getting a lot of heat, start getting a lot of heat in the as far as temperature goes, like May time frame, like the Bermuda is really going to take off, and it shouldn't take that long for it to fill in. So right now, unfortunately, it's going to be a patience thing. There's not really a ton you can get it to do to fill in right now because, again, the grass isn't actively growing. Some things you can do once things warm up, or you can load up on it now, is if you can get some carbonized PN, something that's going to help improve the quality of the soil in that area to encourage the grass to spread in there. That's a good thing to do. I used that when I had spring dead spot issues last year, right? So I had some spring dead spot. I put some carbonized PN there because this stuff is really rich. It's pretty much compost and biochar, and it's again, you could just literally see the grass around that area was greener than the other surrounding areas. It did help the area fill in a bit sooner. So that's something you can do. You can get a bag or 2 of it now if you want. I would hold on to it though until late February-ish before I'd put that out. So what I'm talking about, if I show you here really quick, is if we go back to the shop and then Miramichi Green Biostimulants, this product, carbonized PN, that is what I would use in the areas where the trees used to be. I would put that down a nice, good quarter inch, half-inch layer of it, and just work that in. And once we start getting heat, that combined with transferring plugs in there, it's going to fill in pretty quickly. Things I would not do, or I just put it this way, things that I would do in the order, right? The one thing I would avoid is not putting out any grass seed, because you're not guaranteed that what you put in that area is going to match your existing lawn. So the Bermuda that's around it, you don't necessarily know what you're putting out is going to match that. I can almost guarantee it probably won't. The next step, if you decide, hey, I don't want to plug the lawn, I'm not going to be that patient, you could do sod. You could get assuming you have Tifway 419, you could go get a few pieces of sod and put that in the areas to help it to fill it to look green faster. But here's the thing, even with my lawn being at least the base of it being a Tifway 419 lawn, I have not had good luck with getting Tifway 419 sod match my existing sod. And that was before I was doing all the crazy stuff with overseeding with Princess 77 and Arden15. As a matter of fact, that's what pushed me to do it, right? Because I put sod down and it just didn't match. It was supposed to be the same grass type. So the way that you can absolutely know for sure that it will match, you never have to worry about it not looking the same, is to plug it. But it just also happens to be the most time consuming, right? And as far as the tool I'm talking about, the Pro Plugger, I can find it here for you. So you can grab one of these guys. Yep, there it is. They're not that expensive. Let me see here. On the Amazon, they're saying like 40 bucks. Yeah, so not that expensive. Not terribly expensive. And it's something that's always handy to have in the case of, you have other areas of your lawn that you might need to fill in or fix at some point. So there is a link to it in case you feel like supporting the channel. Pro Plugger. There we go. All right. Good stuff. So I think you're good to go. Answer your question. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. TW Win 22 is in the live stream here from on the Instagram saying, happy Friday to you, Ron, and the rest of the Golf Course Lawn Squad. Appreciate you, TD. Thanks for coming to hang out on the gram. You should jump over here on YouTube, man. If you're not on YouTube, come over and hang out with us over here too. Next up is Mr. David Quigley. He says, Happy New Year, Ron. Receive the carbon kit. Thank you. You are very, very welcome, sir. Glad it made it to you. For those of you that don't know, David won the carbon kit in the Christmas giveaway. So Mary Michi sent that out. I'm glad that he got that. And that is something you guys can absolutely get now too, right? Yes, Essential G's out of stock, but the carbon kit, so your Release Zero, your NutriKelp, your BioSpectrum, those are still in stock. And that's something you're definitely going to want as part of your program for this year. So by all means, load up on that. Glad I made it to you. Again, congrats again on winning, David. It's a pretty sweet prize. Pretty sweet prize. Dwayne's World's in the house. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. Like the new chair. Thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate. Dude, here's the thing. You know what? You don't realize. You know how I always say there's nothing worse. There's nothing more expensive than a bad tool. You don't realize how bad of a sitting experience you have until you've been sitting on a chair. No, it wasn't a bad chair, but it was a chair that's not fit for you for a long time, for a number of years. Like, I don't know, probably seven years, however long we've been here, 7, 8 years, I've been sitting on that chair. And this thing is like a night and day difference. Absolutely love it. Got a headrest for it and everything. So yeah, as far as I just literally, here's the thing, and you guys are gonna laugh at me. Literally, when I go out in the living room, sometimes I will wheel this out in the living room and sit in this when I'm like watching TV or working while the TV's on. Like I like enjoy sitting in it that much because it just fits me so much better. It's so much more comfortable. And yeah, so yeah, it's an awesome chair. Appreciate it. Thanks, Dwayne. And yeah, I'm really, really happy to finally, after all these years, to be able to get a chair that actually works, which is silly for me, given that I work from home and that I spend more time in the chair than anything. I spend more time literally here than anywhere else, and I'm sitting in bad equipment. So silly on my part. All right, Ben Raham's up next. He says, happy Friday and 2023. Going to dominate with the seeded Bermuda this year. Nice, Ben. Okay, cool. So you're going with the renovation. You're going with the seeded Bermuda lawn. That can absolutely work. It looks great. I love how my lawn looks once it greens up and is growing in really nice. But it's not for the faint of heart. It is not for the faint of our heart to take on any kind of renovation project from seed, and also to include Bermuda. I think the one grass that I'd say growing from seed isn't too painful, because I've done it at least on a small scale, and it was really easy. Like almost anyone could do it. Is ryegrass. Like ryegrass is really, really easy to grow from what I'm seeing. Bermuda, a little bit harder, and zoysia, heaven help you, man. You have to have the patience of Job to grow a zoysia lawn from seed. All right, we got Off-Road NV in the house saying good evening from Reno, Nevada. What's up, Off-Road NV? Thanks for coming to hang out on the gram. Appreciate you taking some time out of your Friday night to hang out with us. Next up, we got Mr. Devin. Demir91. He says, what's up, Ron? Looking forward to some good turf talk. I'm moving into the house next month, and I've begun planning my landscaping. Going to be so sweet. Nice. I like it. You got to share pictures, man. At some point, whenever you've got some free time, you got to jump back on the show. We'll have you on the live stream again. We can chat and hang out. You can show us pictures of the new place, the lawn, what you're planning for it. Because here's the thing, given what you do for work, we are going to hold you to, an above average standard, Devin. I mean, you can't just tell us, oh, I'm going to mow it at like 3 inches and just let it do what it do. We're gonna have higher expectations than that. So just know, if you put it out there, we're gonna definitely be following up and seeing how you execute on your vision. Greg Line says, like your new chair. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's a lot more comfortable. All right, Wilson says, let's go, Ron. You rock. Thanks to you, my lawn has never been greener. Thank you so much, man. I really, really do appreciate that. You guys have no idea. It's always nice to know that like the program, like the Golf Course Lawn Academy, and also like the content that I put on YouTube, and also the blogs and everything that I try and do to help people have great lawns, that it works. Like whenever you guys send me a picture of your lawn and say, hey, it's looked the best it's ever looked, or I get a picture and someone is showing they want yard of the month, it doesn't get much better than that, right? So it shows that because it's one thing for me to be able to do it, right? But it's another thing when you're able to talk about a subject that you know a little bit about, and in such a way that people are able to take that and then make it their own, and then get results that they are proud of too. So that's why I always like hearing that people get great results on their lawns after watching some of my content, or whatever else. So really appreciate it, Will. Thank you for the kind words. Papa Moslow's in the house saying, hey everyone, what's going on, Papa Moslow? Let's go. Hopefully you're doing well, sir. And then next up, we got Clayton. He said, Clayton Wilson. He says, hey, Ron, Happy New Year. Couple of questions. Number one, will Humic Max be back in stock? I only have one bag left. Clayton's like taking the Humic Max, and he's like just sprinkling it on the lawn, trying to make it last as long as possible. Yes, Clayton, it's going to be back in stock. More is on the way. I've been hesitant to say that because I wasn't sure I was going to get everything worked out to be able to make it happen. That is past us, so that it is going to be a thing. If you are interested in getting Humic Max, all you need to do is when it gets back in stock, you want to be the first to know. Go to the store, go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to Lawn Fertilizer, scroll down to Humic Max right there. And then right here where it says notify me when available, click on that, throw your email address in, and literally as soon as it comes back in stock, you will receive an email. You'll be able to pick it up. But yes, it's going to be back in stock this year. In addition, actually, I got rid of that. Let me see if I can get it back here. In addition to that, Clayton, there's a new fertilizer offering as well. I'm not sure if you just joined the live stream or not, but there's a new one we're going to be offering. This guy, Country Club, we're calling it Country Club Complete, because it has your nitrogen, your phosphorus, your potassium, has a little bit of micronutrients in there, some iron in it, a bit of manganese, and also you get a bit of, kind of like Humic Max, you get a little bit of humic acid, not quite as much as Humic Max. Humic Max is like almost 9% humic acid. This is a little over 1%, but every little bit counts. And you also get some kelp in this product that you don't get in a lot of other products out there. So as far as like, if you have a lawn, if you want a fertilizer to wake up the lawn with or to start the season with, this is a great option. If you're seeding a lawn, this is a great option. If you have a situation where your soil test results say that, hey, you have a phosphorus deficiency and you're looking for something to feed your lawn with regularly throughout the season, again, this is a great option. So really, really happy to be able to make that happen. So both Humic Max and the new Country Club Complete are going to be available for sale here soon. The Country Club Complete should be available before Humic Max, maybe a week or two before. But the goal is definitely before mid-February, everything should be available. This maybe even a bit sooner. So just next week on the live stream, once I've got it actually posted live, like what I'm showing you guys is a little preview link, because you guys are in an inner circle. You guys get to see stuff that other people don't get to see. Once I've got that link actually live, then you'll be able to go there as well. You'll be able to say sign up or notify me when it's in stock, and then you'll be able to get it. Some people, like some of the members in the academy, reached out to me and said, hey, can you do a pre-sale where we can order it ahead of time? I mean, I've never done that in the past, and I just rather, if I'll wait till I get the product and you guys can pick it up then. It's really up to you guys. I mean, if you guys want to do a pre-sale, I can do that as well, but it's something that it's so close that I would just say, put your name on the list, and once it comes back in stock, you can pick it up. Unless a bunch of you guys are all just yelling at me saying, no, we want the product. But just know that if you do that, you order it, it's going to be a couple of weeks before it shows up at your door. So it's really up to you guys. But yes, Clayton, Humic Max is coming back. You got the one bag, so I'm glad this is the one bag you have. Made it. You held on to it, and you had enough to get through the season, and you're going to be able to get a fresh supply here soon. So yeah. So yeah, if you guys, that's a good point. If you guys are interested in a pre-sale, I'll look here as far as what you guys are saying about interest as far as doing a pre-sale for the new one as well. If you guys are interested, you can drop it in the chat saying, yeah, pre-sale or not. All right, let's see what else we have here. Papa Moslow says, got my Verticut and Scarifier cartridge for the Sterling this week. We got here's the thing. Technically, it's not like a new mower, but we are going to let it pass and, you know, clap it up for that, because it's technically new equipment. It's like you got we'll do it twice because you got the verticutter and scarifier. So it's like one piece of equipment. So we clap for that. And now for the scarifier, you're going to love it. Papa Mo's Low. That is it's one of those things, you don't know what you don't know. You don't realize how much of a difference that's going to make in your lawn until you start using it regularly. It really, really is a game changer as far as just one, keeping disease out of your lawn, and also just the stripes. The stripes you get are insane. Like, again, this is dormant Bermuda, and that is from turf raking. That's just turf raking it. I mean, it's obviously not growing, so that shows you like what kind of a difference it can make in even a dormant lawn. Can you imagine when it's green? So congrats, man. Congrats on the new kit. You definitely send me some pictures once you get it, and we'll show it off here on the live stream. We'll show it off here on the live stream. All right. So we have some questions here. I got a picture here from Greg. I'll see if I can get up here on the show here, Greg, or I may have to answer you after the show, but I will, I'll see if I can get it up and answer it on the live stream as well. All right. Next up is Jonathan Daza. He says, "Hey Ron, I would like to top dress my turf type tall fescue lawn. I have rain in the forecast every week. Should I wait until it stops raining or take advantage of the rain? Thank you." So I wouldn't top dress it while it's raining. If it were me, I wouldn't do it while it's raining. It's just, that's going to be a ton of work, and depending on what you're using, it's a lot of work to spread wet material. It's a lot more work to spread wet material than it is to spread dry material. You know, most people that do turf type tall fescue, it's not common that people will top dress that very, very much. They will, or not do leveling work with that. What I find that people with fescue lawns tend to do is they will get like a compost or something like carbonized PN, and they will put that out as far as like increasing the amount of organic material and improving the soil quality. Can you top dress it? Sure. But I would, again, kind of like the same rule that I use with Bermuda and Zoysia and really any top dressing, is don't go too heavy. You know what I mean? You don't want to overwhelm the grass. You don't want to go too heavy. And the time when I would do it is when it's not raining, you know, when it's not raining, but when there's rain in the forecast. So if, perfect example, let's say it stops raining like today, right? And you already have, we could Thanos snap, and you could have a big pile of top dressing mix on your driveway. If you could do it tomorrow, like put it all out tomorrow with the expectation that you're going to get rain on Sunday, that would be perfect. That is exactly what I would do, because you'd get it down, you get it spread out when it's dry, and you're not going to be hating life trying to spread heavy and wet top dressing mix. And then the rain is going to water it in and get it down in the soil past the grass, and it's just going to get a better result with that. Like the very best top dressing I've ever had, like the best result or the fastest recovery I've had, was the one that I did not this past year, it was the year before, we're in 2023, so 2021, the really big heavy top dressing job. Because I did that, I completed it on a Sunday, or more accurately, Alex and I completed it on a Sunday, and then we got a biblical amount of rain Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It was something like 4 or 5 inches over those couple of days, a ton of rain, and it settled all the top dressing mix. And by Friday, by the weekend, it was the lawn was already starting to recover. You could always see the grass coming through. It was loving it. So if I could if I could make the world in my image, what I would say is apply it when it's dry and when there is rain in the forecast, because you're just going to get a better result as far as recovery if you're able to do that. So yeah, man, good stuff. Yeah, as far as your fescue lawn, definitely take pictures before and after. Go light. I'll say it again. Go light. Don't try and go crazy heavy. As far as like how much of the stuff you put out. And I guess I'm imagining you live in a part of the country where your fescue lawn is still growing, because when it comes to top dressing, really you want to do that when the lawn is actively growing, right? You don't want to do it when, like, for example, I would not go top dress my dormant Bermuda lawn, because it's going to look the same way it does after top dressing for like months until the grass starts growing again. So you really want to make sure that if you're doing your fescue lawn, you live in a part of the country where, you know, it's warm enough, or the weathers are such that your grass is still growing, so it'll grow through, it'll recover, and just, you know, everything will be hunky dory. If that's you, then by all means proceed. I would not do it when it's raining. Do it when it's dry, but when there is rain in the forecast. Hope that helps. All right, next up is Higgy Pop. He says, what is better, Carbon Pro G or Essential G? They're both great. They're both great products. I mean, Miramichi Green makes both of them. Carbon Pro G came first. So Carbon Pro G is biochar and compost, and has a small microbial package that's also included in it. But it's pretty much two products. It's compost and it's biochar. Essential G is compost, biochar. It has reclaimed coffee grounds in it. It has humate in it. It also has some silica in it. So as far as both of them are great products, but I like to think of like Essential G as Carbon Pro G 2.0. Like it is the successor. It is like the new kid on the block that has the same, like has all the benefits of Carbon Pro G and then some, and plus more, because the makeup of it is just a lot more complex, right? It has more additives in it than what Carbon Pro G has. Both are great though. Both are great products. I mean, again, Miramichi Green makes both of them. If I live somewhere where I could only get Carbon Pro G and I couldn't, like let's say you're chomping at a bit, right? Because right now Essential G is sold out, and you're saying, hey, you know what? I gotta put something down, Ron. I'm scratching. I can't wait. And if you went out and went to your local site one and got some Carbon Pro G, I wouldn't be mad at you. I mean, it's a great product. Of the two, if I had a choice to, and I do have the choice, I can use either one of them. If I of the two, I choose to use Essential G. I like Essential G better. The results that I get with it are great, and that's the best way I can answer it. Of the two, they're both excellent. I like Essential G better for the reasons that I just stated. It's got more in it. It's a newer formulation, and yeah, so that is why. That is what I like. All right, next up is Shazia Chaudhry over from the UK, coming to chime in and say hello. What's going on, Shazia? It says, Happy New Year. So disappointing we can't get your products in the UK, but your advice and insight are always helpful. Man, yeah, the problem is it's just, what it would take, Shazia, is you'd have to have like a supplier or someone over there that would have to distribute the products, because like from a financial standpoint, for you, let's say you wanted to order like a bag of Essential G, right? Which is like 40 pounds or whatever it is, right? And had to ship that overseas to the UK. Like the shipping is going to cost, I mean, maybe if not the cost of the product, more than the cost of the product for sure. And then you're gonna have to deal with import duties, and it's got to sit in customs. And sometimes shippers break stuff. So imagine that, So so it's just logistically, it doesn't work quite yet. It's not saying it can't happen one day, but just right now, it doesn't make a ton of sense for me, or really for the customer, for you guys, to ship from the US to the UK, like big bulky items. So smaller things, maybe there could be an argument made for, but even that, the shipping is going to be really expensive, man. It's going to be really expensive, and you're going to be paying import duties. That's another thing you have to keep in mind. You order, even if you bought, say, something like Primo Max, this is relatively small. This is like, I don't know, like under 10 ounces when it's all packed up and everything, right? All padded up and packed up. You're going to still pay to ship this across the pond, and then the UK government is going to want theirs. They're going to want their little cut of the $43, whatever this costs, as far as importing it into the US. So it's an expensive way to get products. So something you really absolutely want, and you don't really care about spending the extra money, then the smaller things might make sense. But as far as the bigger ones, there would have to be someone in the UK that'd be willing to distribute it for it to work. But I'm glad you still watch the content anyway, and that you find it valuable. I really do appreciate it. Devin is up next. He says, actually, no, I already that. He says, some good turf talk moving in. It's going to be awesome. Cool. Very, very good, Devin. Awesome stuff. And then next is Anthony Davis. He says, hey, Ron, pray tell, Ron, what is the best fungicide to use in my St. Augustine grass? Also, how do I stop my grass from dying right under the AC drip upstairs? What should I use to kill all the stages of grubs? Okay, so a lot in that question, a lot of stuff in there. All right, so we'll break it down step by step. So what is the best fungicide to use on St. Augustine grass? It's the same fungicide that's good to use on Bermuda, on zoysia, on ryegrass, on Kentucky bluegrass. The one that I am a fan of is a product called Headway G. It contains two active ingredients. The first being azoxystrobin, which is a very broad spectrum fungicide, and then also propiconazole, which will target lawn diseases like dollar spot. And because azoxystrobin and propiconazole are they have different modes of action. You have two different fungicides attacking the disease in different ways. So if you, for good example, take something like brown patch, right, where azoxystrobin will work for that and propiconazole will also work for that. But the fact they have different modes of action, the effectiveness you get of it is better with that product versus just using propiconazole by itself or azoxystrobin by itself. So I can show you here really quick the product that I'm referring to. Share my screen, we'll go away from Essential G and we'll go to shop and where is it? Fungicide and insecticide. There we go. So this is the product I'm talking about, Headway G. Again, you got 2 active ingredients in it. This is what I used on my lawn. Not this. I mean, this is what I used for my preventative in the spring and the fall. And but it's also when I had an issue with large patch. You guys remember when I had that large patch issue a couple of years back? Actually, I can show you here in the in here. So this is a large patch problem that I had on my lawn. This was 2 weeks before applying Headway. And this is more of the bottle, sorry, the bag. And then this is 2 weeks after applying it. So you can still see how the lawn is still healing from it, right? But you can still see the same ring, sort of. You can barely make it out where the main damage happened, but you can see how it arrested the spread of the large patch and allowed the lawn to recover, which is what you really want out of a good fungicide, right? Fungicide is not going to reverse the effects to where like a day or two later the grass is going to turn green, but what it's going to do is going to prevent the problem from getting worse, so that the lawn can heal. The grass, the turf is able to heal. So Headway is what I would use as far as a fungicide for your St. Augustine grass. It's a great option. And now, as far as the grass dying underneath the AC drip, you got to get the water off of that. You can't. So, like the things that will cause, kind of like in line with another viewer's question, Higgy Pop's question about a lot of rain. Like rain is good, water is great for a lawn, it's great for grass, but like all things in excess, it's not good, right? So if you have an area where you have water just always hitting that area where it never dries out, you start getting into problems with like root rot and other lawn diseases, just basically killing the grass there. So something that would normally be good now becomes a negative because there's too much of it and the lawn is never really drying out. So what I would say is, if you can get some PVC or some flex tubing, whatever you can do that looks nice, obviously, to reroute that drip line away from the lawn so it's not like all falling in one spot, that is going to be the thing that's going to really help the grass to start doing what it does. Like once you fix the conditions that are causing the problem, then Mother Nature is just going to do its thing. Grass is just going to do its thing. You know what I mean? You really shouldn't have to do anything special once that area is no longer like waterlogged all the time. If it's not perpetually waterlogged, the grass, it's going to dry out and then the grass will fill in and grow there, and it'll be just fine. But trying to put down fungicides with a fertilizer at it or do anything like that, any of the remediation type measures, the prescriptive type measures you're going to try and take, you're going to be chasing your tail. So really fix the core of the problem, which is too much water in that area that's always there all the time, and then the lawn will recover and it'll do a lot better there. The final part of your question, which is what should I use to kill grubs in all stages? What I use is a product called Acelepryn. So I'll show you here what I'm talking about for that. Under, again, the shop and then under the fungicide and insecticide section, what I use is this guy. So Acelepryn comes in 2 versions. You can get either Acelepryn G, which is the granular, or you can get Acelepryn SC, which is the suspension concentrate. So this guy here, this is what I'm talking about. So you can either get like I think it's a 30-pound bag. You need to get a 30-pound bag. No, I'm wrong. It's a 25-pound bag for Acelepryn. Headway is a 30-pound bag. So you can get a 25-pound bag of Acelepryn, or you can get a 4 ounce of liquid Acelepryn. They both treat around the same amount of space. So even though this 4 ounces doesn't look like a whole lot, literally the rate that you would apply this at is 0.2. Get my eyes out of here so it'll focus. So you'll use the catch-all rate that I like, right, is right here. So 0.2 fluid ounces of Acelepryn mixed with 1 gallon of water applied over 1,000 square feet. That's going to cover grubs, armyworms, billbugs, annual bluegrass weevils. I mean, that's going to cover the entire gamut. You can go heavier on the application rate, but the 0.20 rate I find is a good it's a good number. It's good in the sense that you're not using too much of the product and you're still going to get a good result with it. That rate, the 0.20 rate, is what I used on my lawn, Alex's lawn, and the neighbor's lawn, the other neighbor's lawn this past season, last year, and we had great results. We have any problems with the grubs? We didn't have any issues at all. So if you want the liquid, that it gives you more options as far as application goes than a Celiprin SC. If you just want a granular, to where you just you literally throw it in your spreader and throw it down, then the granular is the way to go. For the granular, show you here really quick. For the granular, we have both a video. It shows you all the stuff it targets. Like, this is not everything, but this is just a small part of the list. We have a video that shows you how I like to use it, and then spreader settings. And for the Earthway and the Scott spreaders, we've got some numbers there as well for you guys. And as far as coverage, what's in it, all this kind of thing. As far as the active ingredient goes, for the Celiprin SC, it's the same thing. So you have a video. This one is particular to a Celiprin SC, where I show you how I like to mix with the race I like to use, and same thing, like what it treats, the product label if you want to see that, the battery, a backpack sprayer that we would list the nozzle that we recommend using if you decide to go with the liquid, and either one of those is going to do an excellent job controlling grubs in your lawn and controlling armyworms. So the nice thing about this is that it kills the stuff that you want dead, but it doesn't kill the stuff that you don't want dead. So, but before, for many years past, what I used to recommend was a product called Caravan G, and it's still an excellent product, still a great product. And Caravan G is a combination fungicide and insecticide. So if you just wanted one thing to rule them all, one thing that will take care of grubs and is a good is a good fungicide as well. Like, it has azoxystrobin as the active ingredient. I'm gonna actually show you that real quick. So we talked about Celiprin, both versions. We talked about Headway, and now Caravan. This is a 2-in-1. So you get an insecticide and a fungicide in one bag. This is fine if all you care about is grubs, but if you want something that will target armyworms, the insecticide in this is not great for that, right? So this is good for grubs, not for armyworms. And for a lot of the lawn diseases that you typically have within St. Augustine, like brown patch, I think the proper name for it is it Rhizoctonia? I think this was the actual proper name for it. Like, this will take care of that as well. Caravan will take care of that as well. But if you want the best, in my opinion, is to do Headway and do a Celiprin. So you're doing two different products, but you are getting really the best in class for both. You're getting like a combination fungicide product in Headway, and then for an insecticide, you're getting a Celiprin, which kills everything that the insecticide and Caravan does, but also does turf caterpillars and doesn't kill pollinators. So if you care about the environment as far as like bees and pollinators and other pollinators and earthworms and vertebrates, the insecticide, the active ingredient in a Celiprin, is called chlorantraniliprole. It's a mouthful. Chlorantraniliprole won't harm those. So that's another benefit of going with this product over Caravan. Caravan's a bit more cost effective, but overall this is a better product. So hope that helps, Anthony. You asked a lot there, but I want to make sure I give you the best possible answer. So if you need anything else, let me know. But what I would tell you is get Headway, get a Celiprin, and win. That would be my advice. All right, next up is Mr. Clayton Wilson. Clayton says, Ron, looking to level the front lawn this year. All right, I like it. I'm not going to try and talk you out of that. I'm not going to talk you out of leveling the lawn. You know me. I am not one to do that. What's going on, guys, in the live stream? Turf Tamer, other folks here on Instagram chiming in. All right, so Clayton Wilson is looking to level his front lawn. He says, when would be the earliest you would recommend doing this? Will doing this before the lawn greens up cause any damage? The earliest I would do it is April timeframe. April, May timeframe is if you were my neighbor in Georgia, and I think you're in Georgia too, Clayton. I think so. So if you're my neighbor next door and you said, hey, Ron, when should I do when should I level my lawn? And I'll say, well, Clayton, if it were me, I would do it in April, because by then the lawn's gonna be woken up. It may not be fully 100% green by then, but we're definitely more closer to green than we are to dormant. I would not do it earlier than that, because there's really no benefit. There's really no reason to do it earlier, because the thing you have to look at it from this way, Clayton, right, is whenever you put down sand, especially if you're doing it for purposes of leveling it, you are going to have some parts of the lawn where when you're leveling that are heavier than others. And while in a perfect world, you only want to put down enough material that the grass blades, the tips of the grass are able to poke through. That's not always going to be the case. You may end up in one area where you got like an inch of material down, right? And if you do that when the grass isn't actively growing, or it's just like how my lawn is right now, where it's dormant, and you get a heavy rainfall, kind of like this. I mean, this is actually when it was lighter. It was worse than this, but if you get a rainfall like that, what you're going to end up having is all the sand, all that hard work you did as far as putting down your top dressing mix and trying to get it to make your lawn as beautiful and smooth and have the neighborhood be like, ooh, look at Clayton's lawn. It looks so awesome. Like the rain is going to undo a lot of that work. It's going to take the sand, it's going to push it all over the place. It's going to make a big mess. And you're going to be not necessarily right back where you started, but it's just not ideal. You know what I mean? There's not really any, I can't think of a good reason to level a dormant lawn versus waiting until it's at least greening up before doing so. So for me, I would wait until April timeframe, late April, early May works, and that's going to be that's going to give you the best result in my opinion. That's what I've done. I've gotten good results doing it that way. I get it. I get it, man. You want to get your leveling done. You want to get on with it. You can't wait. But you know, patience is a virtue when it comes to that for you to get the best result, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it's expensive. It's expensive from a time standpoint, expensive from a labor standpoint, and also from the material you got to buy, right? So you want to do it one time and have the best chance for success. And really, April, May is really the time when that's going to give you the best chance of getting the result you want without any of the negative aspects that can come from too much water and no grass growing through it. So hope that helps, sir. All right, we got another super chat, one from Mr. Ben Raham. Appreciate you, Ben. Thank you so much, man. Ben dropping the bomb.
Super chat received.
He says, let's kick off 2023 right. Hoping someone keeps it up. LG usually does. LOL. 2 thumbs up and drink. Thanks for all you do for us lawn enthusiasts. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, Ben. It really does help. I appreciate all the love and support. And for that, I believe you have dethroned Archie for the time being. We'll see if Archie allows that to stand. We'll see. But thank you so much for the love and support. I really do. Why does it say? It says Ben Graham. Autocorrect got me. It says, did you mean Graham? No, I meant Raham. Autocorrect. Behave. Do what I tell you to do. All right, there we go. Thank you so much, sir. Your name in lights for whatever that means to you. Whatever that means to you. Appreciate the super chat. And thank you guys for showing up every week, because it gives me someone to talk to. So I'm not just talking to myself like a crazy person, right? I have been known to do that. Next up is Mr. Brad Larson. Brad Larson, he says, hey, Ron, thanks for putting on the Friday show and Happy New Year. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Happy New Year to you as well. I always fight dollar spot and found my micronutrients are low. Do you think getting them up to optimal levels will help fight it off? Thanks. Yeah, so you didn't, I'm not sure what kind of grass type you have, Brad. I'll tell you that in Bermuda grass, typically if the grass is getting enough nitrogen, if the soil has enough nitrogen in it, most Bermuda lawns that are getting enough nitrogen don't typically have a problem with dollar spot. It doesn't take root. Typically, or technically, whenever in the morning, if you go out there when the lawn is alive and growing, or it's not dormant, and you see those little spider webs on the lawn, that is technically dollar spot. That is it trying to form. But I've never really had it take root on my lawn, because it has enough nitrogen. It has a good balance of nutrients. So micros alone, again, I'm answering this assuming you have a Bermuda lawn. Micronutrients alone will not do it. You're going to want to make sure that your macros are where they need to be. Particularly nitrogen. If that's good, most Bermuda lawns don't have a problem with dollar spot. Now, you can go after dollar spot with propiconazole. Like, that is a fungicide that will target dollar spot. But again, if you have a Bermuda lawn and you're feeding it properly, you really shouldn't have a huge issue with dollar spot being a problem. Other grass types, yes, but Bermuda, not so much. And as far as your micronutrient levels, no, it's really going to be more your macros. So depending on what your soil test results say, make sure that your nitrogen levels, particularly for Bermuda, that your nitrogen levels are where they need to be, and that's going to do a lot for keeping dollar spot at bay. Definitely good for keeping dollar spot at bay. So good question, sir. If I can help with anything else, definitely let me know. Sorry that you've dealt with that in the past, but what you might do is once you get like you start feeding the lawn like late next month, early March, and you're putting out your fertilizer. Make sure you're putting out something that has some nitrogen in it, not a ton, or even if you're using something like Humic Max, or even like the new Country Club Complete, like you could just go at a lower rate so you ensure the lawn is getting some nitrogen. And if you're the kind of person where your lawn has in the past, you've always had a problem with dollar spot, getting out an application of propiconazole in like the May time frame as a preventative, like what Headway contains, is probably a good idea. But a lot of the problem, kind of, I'm a big fan of treating the root cause versus just treating the symptoms. I think you'll find that if you start feeding the lawn a balanced set of nutrients, again, particularly your macros, you should have less issues with dollar spot in your lawn, particularly if it's Bermuda. Hope that helps, sir. Great question. That's a good one. Next up is Damien H. He says, thank you, sir. You're very, very welcome, Damien. Let me say hi to some of the folks here that are tuning in from on the Instagram. We got Frenchy Jojo chiming in, the Deputy, Sunshine, Jeff Williams, some folks coming to say hi. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out in the show. Appreciate you as always. And then Dwayne's World says, with the new 14-7-14 FERT, how much of the nitrogen is quick release versus slow release? Great question. So it is 65 to 70% slower release. It's their MEthX on nitrogen, and 30% quick release. So you can use it. And as far as when I was talking to the folks at Lebanon about like how would you guys recommend using it, they say we see people put it out and they put it out once every 6 to 8 weeks, and we see people that put it out at lighter rates every 4 to 6 weeks. It just really depends on how you're on the rates that you're using with the product. How I would recommend doing it is along the lines of how I do Humic Max. So with Humic Max, that has more quick release in it than the 14-7-14, and I do that literally every month. Every 4 weeks, that's going down. With the 14-7-14, with the complete, if you wanted to stretch that to 6 weeks, you absolutely could. You absolutely could. It's got a little bit less nitrogen in it than Humic Max, not much. But it's but yeah, you could go a little bit longer between feedings with that one if you wanted to. Again, it really comes down to the rate that you go with. As far as what I'm going to recommend for that, I'm going to recommend putting that out at around 3.5 pounds per 1,000 square feet. That's going to get you just around that same half a pound of nitrogen that you get out of Humic Max, and that's going to get you 11,400 square feet of coverage, because it's a 40-pound bag versus Humic Max being a 45-pound bag. So you get a little bit less coverage, but I mean, again, it's if you go at that 3.5 pound rate, you're going to have plenty of N as your base. And then if you're doing your spoon feeding, which I know you like to do, Dwayne, like you're spraying your Turfplex, your 901C, then you've got that extra headroom left that if you're putting out liquid fertilizer at the beginning of the month and then the 15th and in the middle of the month, you've still got some headway there that you can still do that. But again, I'm really excited about the product. I mean, with it, as fine as that prill is, for those of you guys that have that really dense turf, like this is going to get past that no problem. If you have a green at home, this is great for it. Either one of these are awesome. These are both excellent fertilizers. Again, really happy and proud to be able to make these available to you guys in the store. But that's a great question, Dwayne. Great question. All right, next up is Cedric G. He says, Big Ron, Happy New Year to you, young fella. Turfs up, for down, stripe action forever. Thank you, Cedric. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the kind words. Happy New Year to you as well. Next up, we got McNasty Motorsports. He says, checking in will be an intermittent guest tonight. Intermittent, what's going on? You got some so you wrenching on something, or date night, or what is it? Why you can't hang out the whole time? We're not good enough anymore? What's the problem? I'm not saying my feelings are hurt, but maybe just a little bit, McNasty. Just a little bit, but it's okay. At least you came in to say hi. That's better than nothing. All right, next up is Zoysia versus Bermuda. Bermuda being, I'm not going to go there. I don't want to get hate comments. I'm just not going to do it. Yeah, Happy New Year. Waiting for my new outlet, for my new 43 outlet to be shipped. Very cool. Are you talking about are you getting the Sterling? Like, are you getting one of these guys? If so, congrats. It's a pretty sweet mower. That mower's been very, very well received. It's a nice bit of kit, not only because it's an electric mower and it cuts really well, but also the interchangeable cartridge system in that is very nice for those of you that want to do your verticutting and turf raking and just to have all the additional cultural practices that allow you to have the best looking lawn possible. So congrats on that, Zoysia versus Bermuda. Next up, we got Carbon Bro LG in the live stream. Yeah, man, LG, Mister, he won. You guys know LG won in the Christmas giveaway 2 weeks ago, right? So he's the curse is broken. Granted, it's 2023; it's a reset. So we have to see if he can pull out a win again this year. But thanks for coming to hang out, LG. I appreciate you. Appreciate your feedback as well on that thing we were talking about over chat. So thank you so much. Always appreciate your insights, sir, and thanks for the support. Lance F is saying 2 more months. March is mow time for me. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, Lance, I'm already mowing. I'm already out there. Every now and then, just doing a cleanup cut. I mean, I have to keep up. That that stereo that label of being the crazy lawn guy in the neighborhood. I mean, can you imagine if I put the lawn to bed in like November and then the mower never came out? I didn't do anything to the lawn until like February. I mean, people think I'm losing my edge. I can't have that happen. So especially now that I got a new toy to play with, I mean, I'm out there all the time just for no good reason, just having a great time. But yeah, 2 months from now will really be go time. Great time, guys, to get your soil test done. If you're going to go with prodiamine, get your pre-emergent, get that. If you want dithiopyr, that's going to be in stock here soon. But yeah, go time is soon. You got another few weeks here before you can begin the first parts of your program. Granted, not regular mowing, but your soil testing, your pre-emergent, everything else to kind of get the season spun up and get going, getting all your gear together. If you got equipment, if you have your mowers or anything that needs maintenance, get that done now. I'm giving you guys a tip. If you're not doing it yourself and you're going to take it to like a shop to have them work on it, take it now, because what you don't want to be is in line with everybody else in March or April that remembers that, oh, my lawn turns green in March and April, and when those shops get slammed with a ton of work. So get your stuff serviced now, have it all sharp and just ready, have it glistening. You can take pictures of it, selfies with it, have it ready, good to go, so that whenever the time comes, you're not waiting. You're out there. You're out there. That's my advice. That's what I would do. That's what I have done. So next up is Mr. Matt Wilson. Matt Wilson says, awesome news. Thanks for all you do. Awesome, Matt. Thank you so much for coming in over Facebook. So we got a viewer watching over Facebook. So thank you so much for that, Matt. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to get Humic Max back in stock, available for you guys again. And then the new offering, the 14.7, the Country Club Complete. Again, the greens grade stuff, man. It's like literally, it's like powder. I mean, the mason jar looks good, but the pictures. Actually, I can see if I can show you guys. Pictures don't really do it justice. I took a picture when I was doing some for this. I'll show you guys here. So in my hand, this is what that stuff looks like. You can see like this is my hand. I'm wearing a glove, and you can see how fine it is. So as far as you putting out a fertilizer that is going to go past the canopy, get down the soil, begin doing its thing, like this is going to be great. Humic Max also awesome too, but either one of these guys, either one of these are a great choice for your lawn. Not to say there's not other good fertilizer options out there, but I particularly like these, especially for shortcut turf, especially for people that are maintaining their lawns at lower cutting heights. That smaller prill really is beneficial for getting past the canopy and just down in the soil where it needs to be, where it can do what it needs to do, right? Rio the Hitman is in. He says, hope you're doing well, Ron. Thanks for all you do for the community. I really appreciate it, Rio. Thank you guys for showing up. So I have someone to talk to, which is nice. And then here on the ground, we got Jeff Williams. He says, I just picked up my reel and bed knife yesterday. All good to go for the spring. See, that's what I like to hear. That's good. Jeff, you're ahead of the game, and now your mower's just sitting there, just ready, and you're set to go, which is exactly what you want. Because what here's what's going to invariably happen, guys. If you wait to get your maintenance done, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go in and you're going to be like, they're going to say, hey, we want to grind your mower, but you need a new bed knife. And of course, bed knives are going to be on back order or something, or the machine's going to go down because of all the stuff, all the work they're getting. If you can, get it done early. Get it done early. Get your maintenance done early. Get your stuff tuned up early. If you're not doing it yourself, if you're doing it yourself, do whatever you want. But if you're having to rely on a shop, I would get it done earlier, so that way you're good to go. I mean, you don't want to have anything stand between you and the lawn domination. So, whether you spend the money now or you spend it, 6 weeks from now, the difference is one gives you more time to ensure that you have everything you need to get the domination going. All right, LG, not to be outdone. So Ben did $100 super chat, and LG, because just how he is, just how he has to be,
Super chat received.
So $101.01. He says, Ron, why am I constantly being challenged by your viewers? I mean, do I smell something? Here's the thing, you bring this on yourself. When most people lose, or I should say this, when most people do not win in a raffle, in a giveaway, they just say, whatever, better luck next time, it'll happen. Now, I'm not saying that you don't do that, but the way you express your disappointment, we'll say that, your disappointment with not being the winning person, puts you in a you set yourself up to where people will take that and run with it. They want to, you make yourself an easy target for people just to give you a hard time, just give you a good ribbing. And I think you kind of like it on some level. I think you do. He says, don't they know on my superior T levels will always drive me to win? I also have a long question, but I kind of forgot about it. Yeah, no, it's just, I think you enjoy it on some level, but you don't do yourself any favors, because you egg them on. You egg them on. You're saying, oh no, the random number generator is broken. The contest is rigged. People, I don't like people in Iowa. It's the live stream's on a Friday, and then I can never win on Fridays. Like, all these things have been said on some level, in some fashion, at some point by you, and it just, it just leads to people giving you a hard time. That's all I'm saying. All right, we got another super chat, but thank you. Actually, let me set you up as a show sponsor before I move away. I'm not going to forget and and get you to yell at me here. So LG is now the show sponsor. His name, LG with a star, with a sun. Man, why do you have to be so extra? I don't know where the sun emoji is. Why do you have to be that guy? Huh? Why do you have to be that guy? Let me see if I can find my emoji viewer here, if I can find the sun. Okay, it's not exactly the same, but it's going to have to work. You just have to take what you can get. I can't find the exact one you got. It's probably some nebulous one that you found somewhere. So there you go. LG, the sun. You are now the show sponsor for whatever that means to you. Your name in lights. Thanks again for the super chat, sir. And for that, I will put on some Tango Bolero for you, because I know you like it. We have another super chat here, one from Steven Johnson. Thank you so much, Steven. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for all the love and support. Saying hi to the other folks here on the gram that are checking in to say hi. And we can play LG's music while I look for the next comment. And you guys also smash the like button if you guys don't mind. Those of you that have not done it as yet, let's get that done, please. All right. Next up is 2 Trilla. He says, Happy New Year's, everyone. Or everybody. Hey, Ron, after watching your last video, you got me excited about the year to come. I'm enjoying the break, but let's be honest, I'd rather be out in the lawn. Yeah, I enjoy it for a lot of reasons. I mean, I enjoy mowing the lawn because obviously it's fun. It looks green. It's cool. But you guys, believe it or not, when I'm out there when I'm out on the lawn, I do a lot of my thinking out there too. Like when I'm thinking about something for work or something for YouTube or just anything in general, like the lawn is my Zen moments. Like some people do yoga. I mow my grass. I go out there, and that's why I don't have any trees to mow around, so it makes it like pretty kind of a brainless, kind of a mindless activity, to where I can kind of do it with my eyes closed. I just get out there, I'm just thinking about stuff while I'm mowing, and it's a nice quiet time. Sometimes I'll put a podcast on or an ebook on. I can listen to that. So I'm multitasking when I'm out there in the lawn mowing. It is my thing, which is why I still do it even when the lawn is dormant like a crazy person. But yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm ready to get back out there, ready to get going. I miss it. I really, really do miss it. All right, so we have LG saying that he is he's been a member for 12 months. So LG was one of the first people that joined up on the show as the channel membership. If you guys don't know, we do have a channel membership as well for those people that want to support the channel over, like, to have like a monthly commitment. It can be from like $5 up to whatever you want to do. And yeah, LG has been a member for a year now. So thank you so much for the continued support, not only in the live stream, but also in being a channel member, sir. Really, really do appreciate that. All right, next up is Lynn Washington. She says, how can I get rid of moles in my lawn? Moles are terrible. I hate moles. I can't remember the details of your experience with moles. Yeah, so I don't really want to relive it, Lynn, because that mold on my lawn took me to a dark place. I mean, Alex came over. We had a moment. We said a lot of things, and just took me to a dark place as far as a lot of ill feelings towards another living creature. But how to get rid of moles? In all seriousness, there's a couple of ways you can go about it. So one, you can eliminate their food source. You can reduce the food source. So moles, one of the things that moles like to eat are grubs. So if you can reduce the amount of grubs in your lawn, that will help. So reducing the grub population is thing one. You can use an insecticide like acelepryn or caravan to do that. So getting rid of moles, that will help. Another thing is you can use poisons, traps, that type of thing to help get rid of them. There's a good poison called talprid, I believe what it's called. There's talprid. There's another one. Let me find it here, and I'll put it here in the chat for you. Yeah, and tomcat, tomcat and talprid. Either one of those. I might have a box of tomcat here that I can actually show you. I'll have to get up and I'll just link it here in the chat. So this is a mole poison that some of my viewers have used and had really good results with. So I will share that with you as well. Like this is another option. So let me see, at Lynn Washington. So there's a poison for getting rid of the moles. And then another thing you may want to consider too, and you may not realize this, is, and it's probably not doesn't apply this time of year, but watering. If you are excessively watering your lawn to where the soil is very soft, it makes it easier for the moles to burrow through it. So, you obviously water your lawn enough. Get an inch of water or so down on the lawn when it needs it, when the grass is growing, but not making sure that your lawn doesn't like have a lot of water sit on it, or you're not watering it too much. That can also help reduce moles. So things to do. Reduce their food population, so get rid of grubs. By as a benefit, that's also going to prevent grubs from eating and destroying your lawn. That's a good thing. You can use traps and or poisons. Those are good. That's another way to go after them as well. And then also be careful as how much water you're putting down on the lawn. Now this time of year, if you're in Georgia, we're getting a lot of rain. There's not a lot you can do about that, but the other two you can, right? So traps, poisons, and then also reducing grubs or just other lawn insects that they will that they're eating. It's going to be a continued effort. Most people that have moles aren't able to get rid of them in one go. I got fortunate, I mean, knock on wood, that I had a one and done, because I caught the culprit, early in the act, early one morning. We were able to neutralize the situation very quickly. And but in my case, that's the exception. Normally, that's not the case. Normally, if you have a mole in your lawn, normally it's not just one of them, and you're typically not able to get rid of it that fast. So know that it's going to be a process. But again, by using insecticide, by using poisons and traps, and then also being careful how much water, how moist you allow the soil to be, those things over time will make your lawn less appealing and make them go somewhere else. So hope that helps. Sorry you're dealing with it. Moles are awful, man. I tell you, I've only had to deal with one, and it scarred me. I hate it. Man, I tell you, make you cuss. I can't take moles. I do not like them at all. At all. All right. Next is Andrew Phillips. He says, Ron, do you suggest using Country Club as a go-to for throughout the season, as my canopy is very thick, or Humic Max in combination with Country Club? I haven't looked at the lawn calendar as yet. Man, I put all that work into the lawn calendar. You're in the academy, you haven't looked at it yet. It's already like January 6th. What are you waiting on? Okay, all jokes aside, either one will work. I will tell you, when I use Humic Max on my lawn, and my lawn can get pretty tight, pretty dense. Literally, when I apply it, it practically disappears. You might be able to see a prill here and there, but for the most part, it's small enough. This prill size is wrong camera. This prill size is small enough that this goes right past the canopy and gets down in the soil where it can begin working. You're not wasting fertilizer by having it stay in the foliar, right? It needs to get in the soil to work. This is even finer and will get down even better than this will, but they're both sufficient. This is really greens grade fertilizer. So while it works great on our lawns, if you had a golf green, like you had an actual putting green at your home, like this could work. This would be better. Like the Country Club, the complete would be better. The way I would decide between the two of them is based on your soil test results. So if you need phosphorus, if your soil test results say you need phosphorus, then I would go with the complete. If you do not need phosphorus, then go with Humic Max. Either one is going to work well. They're the same price, so it's not like you're gonna, one you're paying more or less for one or the other. They're the same price, and I would use the one that makes the most sense for your lawn based on your soil test results. Only thing I'd say is if you wanted to go with a starter or like a more complete fertilizer as your first fertilizer of the season, and then transition to like something like Humic Max. If you wanted to open up with the complete and then go to Humic Max afterwards, that's an option too. That's a strategy that could work as well too. But like I tell you guys fairly consistently is that let your soil test results drive your inputs. You're going to get the best results in your program if you do that. So good stuff, man. Great question. And again, either one will work. Let me know if you need anything else, sir. All right, Premier Lawns, man. Robbie's in the house from Northern Ireland. What's going on, Robbie? Thanks for coming to hang out, sir. Appreciate you stopping by. And he said he did see Robbie smash the like button. He's another YouTuber. If any of you guys are across the pond in the UK and are looking for a lot of great tips, great lawn advice on how to do lawn care UK style, because in the UK they don't have access to a lot of the products that we do. Robbie Premier Lawns is a great channel to watch. I mean, he owns a business where they literally do this professionally. And yeah, definitely give him some love. Go out and check his channel out. Subscribe, all that fun jazz. Because again, him and another gentleman, it's like garden lawn care guy. I think his name is Mark or Matt, Mark or something. I don't forget. I think it's Mark. He also does some great content as well over in the UK that shows again the more UK methods for doing lawn care. So yeah, thanks for coming to hang out, Robbie. Appreciate you, sir. And No Name says, let's get those likes up. Yeah, let's get them up, man. We've had 80 plus people in the live stream between all the different platforms. We only got 76 likes. We can do better. We can do better. Hit that like button. Doesn't cost anything. Let's see here. Damien H has a good one here. He says, what do you do for rock hard clay? 1 to 1.5 feet deep. Okay, so that is challenging. What I would say, Damien, for a heavy clay soil that is hard, I mean, now you're not going to do it, but once we get closer to springtime, I would consider doing a heavy aeration, like get a hollow tine aerator. And I've got a video that I can actually link to you so you can see what I'm talking about, the equipment I'm talking about. But get a core aerator and use that. Make like multiple passes, multiple directions on your lawn. That is going to help. Let's see here. Yeah, that is going to help relieve the compaction that let me see, shall we link, that comes from a clay soil that tends to get compacted over time. There's also people that say that you can add some gypsum as well to help relieve compaction, but in my opinion, not much really beats getting out there and literally punching cores, like removing material from the lawn that allows the soil to relax. It gives that highly compacted soil a space to spread into when you aerate. Now, being that you have hard clay soil, it's going to be a workout. Ideally, you want to do it when it's moist, because if it's hard, it's going to, like, the tines aren't going to penetrate very deeply. So either wait till after it rains, like the day after you get a decent rainfall, or if you have irrigation, you can run irrigation to, again, moisten that soil a little bit. It's going to allow the tines to penetrate a bit deeper. That will help. That's what that would be my my recommendation as far as how to help relieve a lot of the compaction that you're dealing with in a clay soil. In addition to that, if you're open to it, top dressing isn't bad either, right? Because then you're going to be adding some sand, like more sandy material to your clay soil. We've done it on my lawn. I mean, the most of the lawns around here, especially a lot of lawns in Georgia, are clay soils for the most, not all of them, but in my area, they're clay soil for the most part. And top dressing also helps as well, right? So as far as relieving, not allowing the soil to become too compacted, as far as improving drainage, that's something else you can do. So aerating is like, that's the bare minimum. I would say do that. And then if you have the budget, the time, and the desire to top dress, that would be with sand, like a 70-30 mix, like a blend that is primarily sand. That will also help as well. If you want to see the video that I'm talking about on aeration, I will link it for you in the chat now so you can see what I am talking about and how I do it. Again, not saying it's the only way. but I get pretty good results with the method that I use. So take a look at that. Feel free to check it out. If you have any questions, just drop them in the comments of that video, and I will answer them once I see it. Great question. We got another super chat. We got to take care of that from Mr. John Williams. Thank you so much, John.
Super chat received.
He says, I have moles too. I hate moles. Don't feel alone. Yeah, they're terrible, man. It's just, you know why moles are so, it almost makes my skin crawl, because it almost makes the lawn look diseased, and like even like lawn fungus, while that's bad, it doesn't give me the crawlies like my skin. Literally my skin crawled when I saw what the mole did to my lawn. Like moles across lawns, it makes you, it's like, I don't want either of them. I don't want fungus or moles, but moles are like the damage from them, like visually bugs me a lot more than like, spring dead spot does, or a small, a little bit of large patch will do, so I really don't like moles. Really don't like moles. Okay, I'm scrolling up here. Jay Westbrook says, how do you submit a question? The way you just did it. So just I'm going up. I'm just working through them in the order they come in. Jay Westbrook. So if you were later on joining, it just takes you a while to get down to your comment, but I will answer it. I will answer it. So you just leave a comment just like how you did. Just put a question in, just type it into the chat, and I will get it as soon as I work through all the questions. I just want to make sure that I don't want to make anyone too mad by skipping over them, because people are here and they answered, so I want to make sure that I answer the questions. All right. Mazala Blue says, any recommendations for a organic granular fert or an organic liquid fert? For an organic, or I don't know, I can't speak. For an organic granular fertilizer, there's something coming for that. There is something coming for that. Ideally by February, by mid-February timeframe, but I haven't gotten a hard commitment from the manufacturers yet when they'll be able to make it available. But as far as a granular a granular organic anyway, there is an option that's going to be coming out as well soon. We will be carrying it. It's going to be a 444, so it's going to be relatively low amounts of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, but it's also going to have a little bit of iron in there. And for those of you that really want an organic fertilizer, we will have an option for that. It's going to be OMRI listed, so it's truly organic, an organic product, not like some products that they say they're non-toxic. Like this is literally truly an organic product for those of you that that means a lot to. So just stay tuned for that. That's all I can tell you right now. That is coming. As far as an organic liquid fertilizer, I don't know. I'm not sure what I can tell you in that space, Mazama. I don't know of a lot of organic liquid fertilizers. Let me, you know what? Let me, you don't mind, I'm take a screenshot of that and I'll do some research on it. Organic liquid ferts. Most liquid fertilizers are synthetic, because if you think about it, well, if you look at like 901C, the carbon aspect of it is organic, but the fertilizers, I'm pretty sure it's a synthetic nitrogen that they use in their liquid, because you think about it from a standpoint of volume. The one thing you tend to find with organic products is that because they're not synthetic, is it takes more of it. So of the granulars, you'll find that the application rates for granular products are heavier than the application rates for synthetic products. So like, whereas something like Humic Max, right, this is like 3 pounds per thousand, it gives you half a pound of nitrogen. For the Country Club Complete, it's going to be 3.5 pounds, gives you half pound of nitrogen, right? 3.5 pounds, not a whole lot. For an organic fertilizer, you might find it be like 6 or 7 or 8 pounds. It'll be a lot more of the product, a lot more you have to put down to get the same amount of N inputs. You know what I mean? So it just really depends on whether organic is something that you that if it really means a lot to you, you really want that. There is going to be an organic granular option that's going to be available this spring. I'll just say that much. Organic liquid fert, I'll have to look into. I don't know too much on that one. Nothing comes to mind when it comes to organic liquid fertilizer. That's a good question. I will research it and I will get back to you, sir. I took a note of it, so I will look into it before next week. And next week I might tell you I couldn't find any, or I'll be able to say this, and this are our options. All right, Damien is next. He says, summer is really rough. I water heavy and then it dries out quickly. Yeah, so if you can, Damien, the aeration and a top dress is what I would say. A top dress is gonna help you. Like top dressing did a lot of things for me in my lawn. One, it helped with drainage. it helped with the lawn, with the soil, not kind of the issue you're having and not drying out, not holding on to too much moisture. Like there's tons of benefits to it. Like I'm trying to think of the only negative I can give you for top dressing is that it, depending on how big your lawn is, it can be expensive and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do yourself. But the benefits are better drainage, as far as relieves compaction. So if you have a lawn that gets compacted really easily, the fact that you're adding a layer of sand and organic material to it helps with that. So I'm trying to think of what the negatives are other than the time, money, and hard work that's involved in doing it. But outside of that, if your goal is I want to have the best possible lawn, especially if you're trying to have like shortcut turf like Bermuda, zoysia, Kentucky bluegrass, ryegrass, like doing a leveling job is really gonna do a lot to help that. So in addition to aeration, if you can find it and get it in the cards to do a top dressing, a lawn leveling project, I think you're gonna be very, very surprised and very happy with the results that you get and how your lawn, how the turf behaves after you do something like that. I did, like my lawn used to in my case, if you look at the amount of rainfall that I had a few days ago, where we'd had this pond like you see here, literally before I top dressed, that lake would still be there today. That would still be there today. It would literally sit there for like days, like 2 days. The water would just still be sitting there, just wouldn't drain. After the first time I top dressed, just the first one, literally whenever it rains, it just pulls it away from the surface. The water just gets drained. It gets pulled away from the surface really, really easily compared to what it did before. So there's tons of benefits to it. I would really consider doing that this season. April, May timeframe is a good time to consider it if you really want to help improve some of the conditions that you are dealing with in your lawn as far as compaction and it holding on to adequate moisture to keep the lawn looking nice. So hope that helps, sir. Half is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, and all long time since I've caught a live stream. How's everyone?" Well, man, we're getting to that time of year where everyone's coming out of the woodwork. People are starting to get starting to Jones a little bit. Looking forward to getting their lawns going again. So I'm not surprised that you're showing up and that people are showing back up again, man. It's fun. It's a good time of year. It's a good time of year. All right, next up is Greg. He says, "Ron, can you please check out the discoloration pictures of my Bermuda? Do you know what's going on with my areas of grass? The first two are from different angles, and the last one is a close up." So I'm going to try and pull these up, Greg. I do have your images. I'm going to try and put 1, 2, let's see here. Let's see what the size of these are. I think these will work. I try to not push images that are too big because it creates problems with my streaming software. So these are images that Greg, some problems that Greg is having in his lawn. So some discoloration. I think, man, Greg, that just could be from a lot of the really cold weather we've been having. If you look at I have some of this in my lawn too, man. There are some areas that like the yellow, it's more yellow than like kind of what you have. Like some areas are like almost like hay in color, while others are a little bit darker in color. I have a bit of that in my lawn. Let me look at the other picture you have here. Let me take this one off, and picture number 2. Yeah, I mean, it could be some snow mold. It doesn't look like pink snow mold damage. I mean, it's remember, I believe you're in Georgia, Greg, right? And we had that really cold snap there about a week ago, where the temps were in the 7 and 8 degrees for a couple of days, and that could be causing some of this. I do have slightly different shades of color in some parts of my lawn, but it's not anything I'm really worried about. Like this is the close-up, and I guess the right side is what you're showing that is a little bit more discolored. Yeah. Long short is I really wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't go put out fungicide. I really wouldn't sweat it. It's likely just a response that the grass is seeing from the extreme cold temperatures that we've seen here lately. I've got a little bit of that in a few small areas of my lawn. Some of the other lawns around here have it too, and it's going to be once it warms up, it will be just fine. I really wouldn't worry about it. If it were me, I really wouldn't. Because I'm not worrying about it on my lawn. I'm not doing anything on my lawn. I'm not treating it or doing anything like that. So I wouldn't sweat it. All right, next up is half. But Greg, if you have any other questions, any follow-ups that you need, definitely just drop me an email and I'll revisit it. Just let me know. All right, next up is half. He says, "Can you talk through spreader settings for lime? I have 9 bags, 40 pounds, and a 13,000 square foot lawn. But what spreader setting do I use? I don't want to. I don't want to go by weight per 1,000 square feet." Okay, that makes it hard, half, because like the prill size on different lime products, I mean, it tends to be larger. Like most lime is bigger than like this. Like the prill is larger than this. Um, but so it's the way I do it is by weight. So what I will do is this. I'll tell you how I do lime on my lawn, because you don't have to be terribly scientific about it. But I aim for, and kind of the question you're asking, or don't want I'm giving you the answer the way you don't want the answer, but it's the way that I do it. And that's the only way I know how to answer questions. Is I take from my back lawn, right? I've got, we'll just say 10,000 square feet to make it easy, right? If I decide I'm going to put down 20 pounds per thousand, right? 20 pounds per thousand square feet, 20 pounds per thousand square feet in my lawn. So you have a 10,000 square foot lawn. Some easy math. That's 200 pounds of lime. I think that's right. So in your case, you would get 5 of those 40-pound bags, and you would spread those over the lawn. Now I got to tell you, on my lawn with my Earthway, because I put it down at the 20-pound rate, and I've done it at the 40-pound rate. And what I tend to do when I go heavier, when I do 20 pounds, I run the spreader almost wide open. I mean, because the Earthway, the way the openings really aren't that big, and I still have to do overlapping passes. So if I go for that 20 pound per thousand rate, right? So that's 200 pounds of lime over my back lawn. Even with my spreader wide open, again, this is an Earthway, I still finish the entire lawn and still have lime left over that I have to go over the lawn again. So you can look on some of the bags, like there's one called there's one you can get from Site One. It's a dolomitic lime that has it's a blue label, and it has a guy with it's like holding a high finish on it with a golf swing. On that lime, I believe they have some spreader settings. But what I've done when I put it down, man, is I go by weight. I literally go by weight, because that's just how I've always done it. Whenever you're doing amendments with lime, the rates that I will use is like at a minimum 10 pounds per thousand square feet, up to 40 pounds per thousand square feet. And again, with my spreader, I fill it up. Like I set it wide open, and I just make my passes. And I put my lime down, and even doing that, I still have to go back over areas, because it can't put it out fast enough. So I hope that helps. I mean, one thing you'd have to tell me too is what spreader you have. If you tell me, if you can follow up and let me know what spreader you have and what lime you have. I'm assuming that on the bag of lime it doesn't tell you what the calibration is, otherwise you wouldn't be asking me this. But I can give you if I can find the spreader locally, like if it's one of the Scott spreaders, I can go to Home Depot and look and say, hey, I would run this setting. If that helps. What you can do is, if you send me an email, so that way I can have a way to reach back out to you. Here it is, ron@golfcourselawn.com. Just say, hey, it's half, and I will, if you want some follow-up, I'll look into it and I'll get an answer for you. But the way that I do it is I literally buy enough lime. I literally put enough lime out, or buy enough bags to cover the area that I want to cover, and I run my spreader wide open. It cannot put it out fast enough to where I can do it all in one pass. In other words, if I want to put out the low rate, which is 20 pounds per thousand, my Earthway can't do that on my back lawn without having to make multiple passes with it wide open, with the lime that I use, which is that dolomitic lime, the one that Site One often sells. So sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, but if you have, let's see here, 9 times 40 is 360. And if we take 360 and we divide that by 13, so 13,000 square feet. So yes, you're not, what rate are you going out with? You're going out, you put out 360 pounds of lime. So you're going out, you're going out a lot heavier, or you're going out 30 pounds per thousand. Let me see if I can do this math. So 360 pounds. we divide that by 13,000 by 13. So you're putting out 27 pounds, 27, 28 pounds per 1,000 square feet. So yeah, I would run your spreader, go err more on the heavier side. That way, if you happen to have a spreader that has larger openings than my Earthway, that way you don't run out, but err on the heavier side. And that way you can always make another pass if you need to. But I'm sorry, I don't have an actual spreader setting for you because I don't know what your spreader is. And I don't know what line product you're using. And typically when I do it, I run my spreader wide open and I still have to, again, go back a couple of times to get it all down. So hope that helps. I know it wasn't the most useful answer, but hopefully it just lets you know that just get it down is the big thing. All right, Greg. Yeah, I did answer your question. So, but yeah, hopefully that helps as far as the response on that discoloration you're seeing in your lawn. I think it's due to the cold weather we just had. And then next up is NMS Auditor. He says, I have a few questions regarding prodiamine. Which would you recommend, granular or liquid? What are the rates for each? Okay, so for the granular, of the two, I do liquids more often than granular. The granular has the advantage that it is easier. Literally, you get the bag, and I'll show you here really quick, the one that we carry. So if we go to Weed Killer and page 2, there, and we find, yeah, okay, so good. So if we go to, I could have just used the search, right? I spent a lot of time building this. I should have just done that. If you go to with a granular, what you're going to find is you're going to get application rates, you're going to get calibration settings for depending on the spreader that you have. On the label that's included, they're going to have calibrations for various for more common spreaders like your Scots, your Earthway, and whatnot. The rates that we use for Kentucky Bluegrass, 2 pounds per 1,000 square, the minimum 2 pounds per 1,000 or 6 pounds per 1,000 square feet. For Bermuda, for your warm season grasses, where you can go a bit heavier, up to 9 pounds per 1,000 square feet, minimum 2 pounds per 1,000 square feet. But I don't typically put out granular prodiamine. I tend to do the liquids. With the liquids, the higher end of the application rate for Bermuda, the annual limit is 0.3 ounces per 1,000 square feet. So if you wanted to go on so it depends on which way you want to go, NMS Auditor. What I have done in the past, I've tested it both ways. I have done a split application, and I didn't see much better results than I did doing a single heavy application. So that's why in recent years, all I do is just one application on the heavier end of the rate, right? So I'll often put out prodiamine at 0.80 per 1,000 square feet. And I do that once in early February, and I don't have problems with weeds in my lawn throughout the spring and summer. And I aerate the lawn after that. Because a lot of people say, you aerate, you put out your pre-emergent and now you're done. You can't aerate. You have a bunch of breakthrough. I have not experienced that. I haven't experienced that. Alice hasn't experienced that. My neighbor next door, we didn't aerate his lawn, but he didn't have any issues with a bunch of breakthrough in this later spring and summer months from that one application. So I like liquids for that reason. One, you're able to, you have more control over the application rate. That's thing one. If you decide you want to mix other products with it. So this is another big reason why I'm a fan of the liquid prodiamine. If you decide that you have some POA in your lawn, right, and you're also a very patient person, and you want to put out, say, some image along with it, you want to mix some image along with your prodiamine, you can do that. So you can mix some post-emergent and pre-emergents together and put them all out at once. So as far as being able to mix and match, if you were trying to do some post-emergent herbicides, like say you had some POA and you wanted to be you wanted to be a little more aggressive with how quickly you got rid of it, you could mix Certainty along with prodiamine and just wait till the following day to water it in. And that's a way to target POA that's actively growing in your lawn while still putting out your pre-emergent. So I like liquids for that reason. It gives you more options. It's easier to control the application rate. You have, as far as mixing other products with it, it gives you more flexibility from that standpoint. But if all you care about is just putting down pre-emergent, like all you care about is I just want my pre-emergent down and I want to do it the easiest way possible, get a bag of prodiamine, get the granular, put it out, and you're going to get good results. As far as effectiveness, both the granular and the liquid are both going to work well. If you apply them properly at the correct rates and you water them in within, a day or two, or what some people don't, some people that get their lawn spray, they never water them in, and it still works. But ideally, if you get it down and you water it in within 48 hours after application, you're going to get a good result. So hopefully that helps you as far as deciding which way to go. I like liquids because I like the flexibility. If I decide I want to put something else out with it, I can do that. But it's not like liquids are a much more superior way of doing it. And if you do liquids, if you do a granular instead of a liquid, you're going to get a bunch of weeds versus not. You know what I mean? So hope that helps. We gave you the rates. The rates are in. I'll actually put this in the chat here for you. If you go to here at NMS Auditor, prodiamine. So that link will take you to the sorted page. It has the 2 liquid options and the granular option. And if you have a lawn that is less than 6,000 square feet, I think is what it works out to. Where is it? I know I have one. Yeah, here it is. If you have a lawn that's less than 6,000 square feet, for Bermuda anyway, you can use one of these if you're going at the higher rate, like this 5 ounce at the higher rate. Those of you on Instagram, you guys can see as well. One of these will cover a 6,000 square foot Bermuda lawn at the higher rate. So you don't have to go and buy the really big expensive one. Although that is a better buy, like from a standpoint of like having it for this year, next year, for your friends, cousins, people you like, people you don't like, you're gonna have plenty of it then. And from a cost per, applicate, like the rate that you're putting out, the amount you buy, what you pay based on the amount of product you're getting, the more expensive 5-pound jug is a much better deal. But if you want it's a small amount, like this will work in a pinch as well too. So hope that helps, sir. You need anything else, let me know. Great question. I like where your mind is. I like that you're already thinking about your pre-emergent. The time to do that is not too far away. So it's good that you're putting some thoughts into that. Again, my sequence next is going to be my pre-scalp, my light pre-scalp, get that done, and then it's going to be pre-emergent time. You know what I mean? And then I'm just going to be chomping at the bit. And whenever Essential G finally comes back in stock, I'll be putting that out as well too, because that's like my monthly thing. And then it's just waiting for go time, waiting for it to get warmer, get my fert out, and start mowing, start doing it, right? Next up is Joseph Robert saying, Happy New Year, Ron and everyone. Thank you so much, Joseph Roberts. And before I go on any further, we have a super chat. LG, I'm sorry. You see, you've created a monster. Doug350Z is chimed in, and he hath dethroned you, sir. Let me see. I hope he's going to be nice about it. Let's see what he says here.
Super chat received.
He says, dominating at 800. And in the ultimate expression of one-upmanship, he outbid you by a penny. He says, good to start dominating my lawn this year is to dominate LG by a penny, by just a touch. All right, so thank you so much, Doug. 350Z. The problem is we almost need like an LG cam. Whenever this happens, we need to be able to switch to LG in his living room or wherever he is, whenever this happens, because I'm sure it is epic what is going on in that house right now. Whenever, he gets outbid on a super chat or he loses a giveaway prize and whatnot. But yeah, maybe one day we'll have to see if we can make that happen at some point. But thank you for the super chat, sir. You are now the show sponsor. Your name in lights for whatever that means to you. Really do appreciate the support. All right, let me scroll back up here. I need to start answering questions faster because we got a bunch of questions and I am being a bit too long-winded tonight. You guys want your stuff done. All right, Damien says, how could I show you my zoysia lawn? You can send me an email, send it to here, ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send me a picture of your zoysia lawn there, Damien, and I'll take a look at it, along with any questions you have. I mean, you could just send the picture if you want, but it'd be useful if you had a question or something that you want me to look at, saying, hey, I have this, I'm considering XYZ, or this is what I want to get, why you're sending it to me. But do that, and I will get back to you. Man of my word, I will get back to you if you do that. ron@golfcourselawn.com. All right, next up is Tillman Waters. He says, you talk about fertilizer for grass, but what about the dirt? I'm not sure about the question exactly, Tillman. So if you're talking about, so the way I look at fertilizer is one part of an overall program that I think creates like great soil, which by extension creates great grass. So yes, fertilizer is important because it getting in the soil is going to provide the nutrients like the macros, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, the potassium, like the stuff that the minerals and nutrients the grass needs, the plant needs to grow and do well. Kind of like how you need vitamin C, vitamin D, how you need, how you need nutrients and vitamins as well. Grass needs it too. So fertilizer is a good way of providing that or putting that into the soil so the plant has what it needs. I am also a huge fan of biostimulants. So by that I mean products like the stuff that Miramichi, the products that Miramichi Green makes. So if you go over here to Miramichi Green biostimulants, I mean I like them so much that I have an entire section in my store on it, and it's literally right after fertilizer. Like I put the biostimulants above the weed killer. That's how much I think about biostimulants, how important they are. But like products like this Essential G, whenever it comes back in stock, like this is a granular biostimulant that is compost, biochar, humate, silica. Literally, this product is all about improving soil quality. It's all about improving microbial activity, which is important because the fertilizer that you put down, that you apply, in most cases has to be broken down by microbes and to be made available in a form that the grass can use it. So by adding biostimulants to incorporating that in your lawn care program, you're putting healthy bugs, you're putting food for those healthy bugs, you're doing all these things to help the microbial activity in your soil be healthy, which is going to help your fertilizer work better. You're going to get more out of it. So which is why, it's like some people that have followed my content for a while, they say, hey, when you're in your fertilization programs, you only talk about putting out like 1/2 pound of nitrogen, and then for your granular, and then another 2/10 to 3/10 a pound of nitrogen with your liquid. So all in, I am like under 8/10 of a pound. I'm like around 0.7, 0.8, sometimes even lower than that, right? Which is well below the commonly spoken about rate, saying, when Bermuda's growing, you got to give it 1 pound of nitrogen per month whenever it's growing actively, right? I never get anywhere near that. And the reason why I'm able to put less nitrogen, less fertilizer, less product into the soil, or less like synthetic stuff into the soil, and still get a great looking result without too much excessive growth, so you're not having the grass trying to grow like crazy, with great color, is because of biostimulants. It's because of this stuff. It's because of Essential G, and also because of the carbon kit. So Essential G is biostimulants in a granular form, and then the carbon kit, you have Release Zero, which is literally 10% micronized carbon and other nutrients. You got NutriKelp, which is a kelp product. It's 24% kelp, and with a little bit of nitrogen, like 1% nitrogen, 1% phosphorus, and a little bit of potassium, 4% potassium. And then you have BioSpectrum, which is literally food for the microbes in your soil. So this kit, which I worked with Miramichi Green to put together, is literally all about improving soil quality. It's all about improving the dirt. It's all about, great grass comes from great dirt. Almost like if you're trying to get a 6-pack, you don't just sit there and look at yourself and say, I want a 6-pack. I want a 6-pack. What you do is you have a good diet, you eat a good balance, you don't eat, dozen donuts all the time, you exercise properly. And then a byproduct of doing all those right things is you get a 6-pack, you get the physique that you're after. I believe, my opinion, there's people that may agree with me or disagree with me, but I believe that the best way to get a good looking lawn, that in a healthy way, that is sustainable, and that you don't have all these peaks and valleys where the lawn looks really good, like, for a couple of weeks, and then it falls off and looks like garbage because it's being synthetically propped up, is to use biostimulants as part of your program, your overall, your annual turf care program. So to wrap it all up, the biostimulants, both in liquid and granular form, that we carry are part of that. And literally, it's all about dirt. It's all about the soil. It's all about improving the soil quality. And my lawn, the way my lawn looks when the grass is actively growing, and a lot of the people that have been using the program and the products that I talk about have also gotten that as well. So I've gotten several people send me emails showing, hey, got lawn of the month. My lawn has never looked greener. It's looks, I'm not putting less product, less fertilizer in, and it still looks great. A lot of that is because of this product, because of like the carbon kit and Essential G. So this is why I'm such a huge believer in these types of products. So great question. Hopefully that's what I think that's what you were after. So that's why I took that time to talk about the biostimulants. But yeah, I agree. Fertilizer is an important part. It's an important component of a great turf care program. But biostimulants, I think, is also equally important. It's important that you incorporate that into your program as well. All right, Damien H says, yeah, pre-sale. Okay, so I got a pre-sale. So I got one for pre-sale. You said that's fine. Clayton says yes, pre-sale. So I got 2 people saying pre-sale. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I may send out a poll and on the YouTube and see what people think about doing a pre-sale, and we'll see if we can make that happen. Here's the thing though, if we do one, just know it's going to be a couple of weeks before the stuff shows up at your door. That's the thing. Because normally whenever someone orders anything from us, we try to get it out within a day or two. Obviously, if the product hasn't arrived at the warehouse yet, it's not going to be shipped as yet. But just that's one thing you have to keep in mind, that there is going to be a delay between the time you order it, but by the time you receive it, but you will receive it prior to when you actually need it, right? You're not going to be fertilizing your lawn in late January or early February unless you live in Florida. All right, so next up is Vahid Navi. He says, "Hi Ron, Happy New Year. I just want to know, what is the benefit of plant growth regulator, PGR?" Oh man, we could do a whole show on this. PGR is the benefits of PGR. So you reduce how quickly your grass grows. You get better color, like as far as turf color, it's better. The hardiness of the grass is better as far as just being just more resistant. I mean, there's a tons of benefits to PGR. So the thing, Vahid, you'll find is if you're feeding it, like you're mowing it often, you are feeding it a spoon feeding program where every month you're putting out a granular, say once a month, and you're putting out liquids every couple of weeks. When you get to the summer months, especially a grass type like Bermuda, it's really going to want to take off. Right? So PGR, plant growth regulator, is a way, I can actually show you here. The one I use is this product called Primo Max. It's a way to reduce how quickly the grass grows by as much as 50%. The way this product works is you spray it you put it down using a backpack sprayer, which is not really that difficult to do. I like to mix a little bit of fertilizer along with it. The way I typically use Primo Max is I will put this in the tank along with the carbon kit, like what I was just showing you guys, the Release Zero, NutriKelp, Biospectrum, and then my fertilizer of choice. So it'll either be 901C or Turfplex. So I put all that in the tank all together along with Primo Max, and I spray it twice a month, beginning of the month and the 15th of the month. What that does is it prevents the lawn from it slows down how quickly it grows. So whenever I'm mowing it every few days, I'm taking off less, which allows the lawn to stay greener between mowings. And there's tons of benefits to it because you're not taking off as much leaf between each time you mow. The color tends to be deeper, not because this is like it turns the grass a darker green. It's because if you think about the leaves of a tree, if you ever go outside and look at, well, maybe not right now, but if you think about a tree, like, and you look at the leaves on it, right? The newer leaves on a tree tend to be lighter color. Like the newer ones are lighter in color. The older leaves are darker in color. Grass is the same way. So if you're cutting off a lot of the grass each time, to where it's always young leaf, it's young grass, it's still going to look great, but the color is not going to be quite as dark as older leaf or older grass. So a byproduct of using growth regulator is that you get darker color as well. You tend to get a deeper color to the lawn, as well as mowing less. You have less issues with scalping. It's just a great product. I mean, and the way that I like to use it is applying it. I started doing this last year. Is on the store, and actually I can show you here. I'll actually show you what I'm talking about. So Primo is under shop and then lawn fertilizer and growth regulator. It's on the top shelf. It's safe for all different grass types. And I have a video that shows how I like to mix it. And the thing about the application rates per the label is they will have you applying this at a rate that will keep the lawn under regulation for 3 to 4 weeks. So for Bermuda, for a hybrid Bermuda lawn, it's like a quarter of an ounce, 0.25 ounces of Primo up to 0.4 ounces of Primo per month. And that's what you do. That would be your 1 month application rate. That would be full rate, right? What I like to do instead of putting this out once per month, I put it out every 2 weeks. And because I have a hybrid lawn, I use the 0.4 rate, but I cut it in half. So every 2 weeks, I will put, if I can get this to focus, I will put that much 0.2, come over here. I'll put 0.2 ounces. So there's you on Instagram, 0.2 ounces of Primo Max along with your liquid fertilizer of choice. Again, I mix it with the carbon kit and my liquid fert, but if you have some other fertilizer you like to use, this will work fine with it. But I do that twice a month, and then you don't get any of the negative effects, or I have not experienced any of the negative effects that can happen when you apply this product at full rate. If you apply a growth regulator at full rate, what can happen is like a couple of days after application, you can get some mild tip burn, and by that you'll know by when you look at the lawn, there'll be like some mild yellowing on the tips of the grass. In other words, if your grass were like a nice vibrant green and you apply Primo at full rate, it doesn't always happen, but what can happen is it'll become slightly less green for a couple days afterwards. Once you mow, the first time you mow and you cut that off, like the tips that are burnt off, it returns to its normal color. It looks green, looks awesome. You're loving life and you're mowing a whole lot less now, right? A way to prevent that to where it's not even an issue is to do this half application rate. So go, instead of applying it once per month, apply it once every 2 weeks at half the rate. You get all the benefits and none of the negatives. I guess you could say the only negative is that you have to be out on your lawn twice in the month now instead of once. But most of you guys, if you're using plant growth regulator, you're probably a lawn care fanatic anyway, and you're probably out on your lawn more than once a month. So that is how I like to use this product. There's tons of benefits to using it. The one negative I'll tell you is once you start, you're not going to want to stop. It's an awesome product. This is like it's a staple. It's a core aspect of my lawn care program. Hence why, if you look here on the store under lawn fertilizers, you got like the micronutrient, you got Release 901C, you got Turfplex, you got the kelp products, so some of your biostimulants and fertilizers, and on the top shelf is Primo Max. Like, it's that important to me. And then all the granulars and everything else are here as well. So I'm a huge fan of it. It's really not difficult to apply. I've got videos on how to apply it to get a good result. I'll likely do a live stream at some point, maybe in April or so, once the lawns are actually woken up and we're actually at the point we're going to be using Primo, doing it live. So if you want to see it live, but I've got multiple videos showing how I like to do it, and I get a good result using that method. So hope that helps. PGR is awesome. You will not regret using it. The only caution I will tell you is the label is law. Go with the rates on the label. Do not go above that. So I will tell you that whenever you put this out, so good example, let's say you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, right? So a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, if you're putting out a gallon of product per 1,000 square feet, it's going to cover 4,000 square feet. If you're putting out Primo at that half rate, like the rate that I'm recommending, the rate that I use, what that is 0.2 times 4, so a total of 0.8. So meaning you would go up to, get this to focus, you'll go up to here to 0.4 once, and then pour that in the tank, and then go up to 0.4 again, and pour that in the tank, and that is going to cover 4,000 square feet. And it's not going to look like a lot of a product. Like if you pour that out, like you pour out 0.8 ounces, like just under an ounce of Primo in a cup, it doesn't look like very much product. You're going to say there's no way that could work. But I mean, I hate to tell people to trust me, but please trust me on this, that you don't need to go heavier than that. Like going like above that is just going to cause problems. You're just increasing the likelihood that you will cause that temporary yellowing, that temporary tip burn that I'm talking about. So half rate, 0.2 ounces with a gallon of water per 1,000 square feet for your Bermuda lawns is going to be just fine. But in the product description there on the store, on the golf course lawn store, we have application rates for your ryegrass, your fescues, for your cool season and your warm season grass. For cool season grass, the application rates tend to be a bit higher than warm season grass, but just read the label, whatever the label is, if you're doing, and whatever it puts out, whatever it specifies, know that rate is a once per month rate. So just take that, cut it in half, and do it every couple of weeks, and you will you'll like the results. It's a great product. I highly recommend incorporating plant growth regulator into your lawn care program. I have a question here on Instagram. DDOM says, do you use Spectacle Flow in the spring? I do not. I use Spectacle Flow in the fall. I don't use it in the springtime. I use prodiamine or dithiopyr in the spring. I don't use Spectacle in the spring. Spectacle is you could use it, but one of the issues you might find is that it might slow down how quickly your lawn greens up. whereas prodiamine and dithiopyr are not going to do that. So in the fall, it's great because your lawn's about to check out anyway. So if you're spraying it on a lawn that's already growing and your lawn is going towards going night night, right? When you're trying to wanting the lawn to wake up, using something like dithiopyr or prodiamine are great options. I like either one of them will work, and I've had good results using those two products. I would save the Spectacle for the fall. You can use it in the spring if you want, but I'm just saying that in the fall is when most people typically use it, and they use prodiamine or dithiopyr in springtime. So I hope that helps, DDOM. And I appreciate you guys in the Instagram also participating as well too. Got like a Lone Star Real Low in here. Some other folks in just here chiming in, just sending you guys, waving to you guys. Thanks for coming to hang out as well. So I hope that helps. Vahid, Navi, as far as the benefits of plant growth regulator, we carry it at the golf course lawn store. You'll also see videos in the description there. So I would absolutely use it. It's an awesome product. I really, really, really like plant growth regulator. Really like, I mean, it'd be one of the things, like Devin asked me while I'm looking for the next comment here, like Devin, who is a viewer that's been on the show a couple of times, who he's a professional greenskeeper. He asked about like one of the products I'd be willing to give up, and growth regulator would not be one of them. Like it's really hard to go away from PGR once you start using it. All right. Damien H says, "What does silica do for your soil?" So what it does for the sand is silica improves, the research says it improves cell wall strength. So as far as making the grass hardier, more disease resistant, like physically stronger, those are the benefits of having silica as an additive. And you're starting to see it in more and more products. I mean, it used to be like Miramichi is doing it. There are a few other people that are starting to do silica in their products as well. But the big thing about it is that it improves. Think about like what potassium does. I mean, that's a bad example. It doesn't work the same way potassium does. But as far as an additive or a nutrient that helps improve the physical strength, the hardiness of the grass, that is what you get out of adding silica, which is why there's a small amount of that added to Essential G, which is another reason why I like it more than Carbon Pro G, right? Like it's Carbon Pro G 2.0. Good question, Damien. Next up is Donald McFarlane. You related to Bobby McFarlane? Most of you guys are probably too young to know who Bobby McFarlane is, right? He says, "Hey Ron, I missed the live last week." Oh, it's okay, man. No worries. You're here this week. There will be more. There will be more. Life permitting. I'll be back here this week, and I'm here this week, but also next week as well. So glad that you're here. And he says, "Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well." Mazama Blue says, "Wait, 77 viewers and only," actually there's 80, there's 87 in here now. He says, 87 viewers and only 25 thumbs up. Ron, I say you take the lemonade break until it goes up to at least 50. Well, we're up now. People have responded. The likes are up. We can do better, but I'll take what I can get as far as likes. I appreciate you guys just tapping that like button ever so gently. And actually I will take a little break here. See what is see what the Instagram folks are saying while I take a sip of my lemonade, and I'll put on some music. We're gonna play. Let's put on some reggae. Why not? While I wet my whistle here. I've been talking a lot. All right. Let's see here. He says, K Randall is our next question. He says, "Hey Ron, I need to repair about 40-foot strip on my lawn. I had a water pipe fixed. Can I use dormant plugs? Starting to get a lot of erosion from all the rain." I don't know that dormant plugs are going to do a whole lot, K Randall. Here's the thing, I've never tried it, so I don't know. I would be inclined to think that you're not going to get as good a result as you would get if you wait until March time frame, like when there's more heat and the lawn is waking up. If you want to try it, you can. It's not going to hurt anything. It's not going to hurt anything to try. But I don't think you're going to get as good results as you would, 2 months from now. Like this time in March is what I'm saying. I'm trying to think of what else you could do to help prevent the erosion. I mean, if you can put some hay down, like some hay on it, maybe some peat moss. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, it depends on how the erosion is. If the area that you got fixed is like on a slope or something where water's always running over it, that's going to be harder to keep from washing out than a flat area that's just getting that. You could try putting some straw down on it. That can help as far as erosion. And you can also try your example. You can try putting some plugs in. I just don't know how well they're going to take with the grass being dormant. I don't think you're going to get as good a result as you will in March. So here's what I would do if it were me, because I've never tried plugging a dormant lawn. What I would do is, as difficult as it is I would just either put hay down and see what happens, or thing two, just wait until March timeframe, later on in March or early April, and then do a light leveling, like, because any kind of erosion you get, you can fix it. Get like a nice sand soil mix and just top dress or level that area, and then put plugs in there. Because then you're gonna fix the erosion. You're gonna fix the grade to where it looks like even with the rest of the surrounding lawn, and you're gonna be under conditions where the grass will actually grow and fill in and root in and prevent future washout. So as tough as it is to say, I'd almost say just live with it for a while, until the conditions are better for you to get a good result. Again, you're welcome to try doing dormant plugs. I just don't know that it's going to do a whole lot for you until like Marchish or so. So hope that helps. Sorry you're dealing with that, but I'm glad you got your hot water pipe fixed. That's good, right? So yay for that. Yay that you don't have you got hot water in your house. So that's arguably more important this time of year than a little bit of erosion in your lawn. And you can fix it, man. A bit of top dressing, transfer some plugs in. By May timeframe, you won't even be able to tell that anything ever happened there. So that is what I would do if it were me. All right, next up is Jay Westbrook. He says, have you ever burned your thatch? No, I have not. Considering it this spring before green up. No, I'm not. I've never burned my lawn. A good friend of mine has burned his, and it greened up just fine. Instead of burning it, I'm just gonna scalp it. So scalping and then using the turf rake to help clean up a lot of the debris is the method that I am gonna take. Because in my neighborhood, if I set my lawn on fire, I'd get the wrong kind of attention. One, all of our lawns are connected, so the likelihood of it spreading into another lawn is higher. The fire department is going to show up, and it's just I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble if I set my lawn on fire. So no, I don't. I've never considered that. Also because when I was a kid, I don't know if I've told you guys the story before. When I was a kid, I was probably 13, 14 years old, and I was really into RC cars. And my brothers and myself and my two brothers, and I'm the oldest, right? So you'd think we know better, but we had, there's this field that was near our house, right? And again, we grew up like our home was like a little condominium, and then there was like a fence, and then there's a bunch of like open pasture. And the idea for us was we wanted to build an RC track, right? Because we used to get the magazines and say, oh, it was really cool, all these guys that have their tracks. And the idea to a 13, 14-year-old and his younger brothers of going and cutting all that down and clearing it all out and then building ramps and building like a track sounded like way too much work. So what we did is we got the bright idea of setting small fires in the field, and literally within minutes, like the whole thing just went up and like just it was all ablaze. Like my dad left work and was like left work from the company he worked for and drove home because he got a call. The fire department showed up. So that was over 30 years ago at this point, 20, I don't know, it's a long time ago. It was a while ago. That still kind of sits with me, with setting large patches of like of grass or field on fire. So for me, I don't do it. Plus, it's against my HOA rules to do that, and I'm still scarred by that experience that I had when I was a young teenager. Funny enough, my dad didn't even get mad at me. The thing is, one of the worst things was he didn't even get mad. He didn't like, we didn't get a spanking. He didn't yell at us or anything. He just looked at us he just looked very disappointed and looked at us with a look that I can still remember it, because we were actually standing in the field after the fire was put out, because we built our track. I mean, you gotta finish the job, right? Once the fire was put out, we still wouldn't finish building our dirt track. But he stood on the patio just sitting there looking at us, and if I close my eyes, I can still see his face to this day of how it was a very unique look. We'll just say that, right? But yeah, so no, I say all that to say I've never burned my lawn. I probably will never burn my lawn for a number of reasons. One of which being PTSD from something I did when I was a lot younger. And you says, I got my question reversed. He says, have you ever burned? Okay, I still figured it out. Jay Westbrook, no worries. Your question was, have I ever burned my lawn before? Are you a fan of burning your lawn to help green up? I know people that have done it. I am not going to do it. And again, I take a different approach to getting the thatch out of my lawn other than burning it. So hopefully you guys got a good laugh at my expense. Man, that was not a good day. It's not a good day. We got our track though. We got our track out of it. All right, LG was up next as dang at Ben. Yeah, so Ben came back, and then Doug 350Z has dethroned Ben. So we'll see if 350Z holds it out for the rest of the night. All right, let's see here. Harvard Fashion says, "Hey Ron, have you noticed the DIY YouTubers, lawn guys are making videos to bash other DIY YouTuber lawn care guys? I think someone is getting jealous." Oh, I don't know, dude. I don't. Here's the thing. Outside of like Alan's content and a couple other people, I don't really watch much other YouTube lawn care, because I'm on YouTube. A lot of times it's either I'm either working, like doing stuff for the channel, or I'm consuming stuff about topics that I'm also interested in, and I just don't have time for it, dude. I mean, here's the thing. Once you put yourself out there, once you put yourself out in the public eye, good, bad, or indifferent, someone is not going to like you. Doesn't matter. It could be the way that I talk, the way that I look, the fact that my hair is short, the fact that that I wear a green shirt. It doesn't matter. Some people just don't like you, so they just don't like you. So if you live for the approval of your haters and detractors, you're never going to be happy. So, I mean, in my mind, they're just wasting their time. They should be out making like content, hosting a live stream, doing something to actually help people, versus making content to talk bad about me, because I do not care. I don't watch it. I really don't care. I think it's funny. There's a saying, there are few things more powerful than living rent-free in someone else's mind. And I'll leave it at that. All right, next up is Ben Raham. He says, so I had 5 spots of POA pop-up after all that rain last week. Since the ground was soft, I just plucked them up since they were dime to quarter size. Okay, sounds good to me. I did not want to mix spray for 5 clumps of POA, or 5 clumps. Was this smart? Yeah, I would. I mean, here's the thing, Ben. If you did your pre-emergent, man, and it was effective, which it sounds like it was, you had just a small amount of breakthrough here and there, I wouldn't get out certainty for that. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but I would what you did is exactly what I would have done. I would have just pulled it. I would have just pulled it. And what you will find is in areas, let's say you have like a downspout, like where water drains from a roof. Even if you do pre-emergent, a good job putting your pre-emergent down, in areas like that is where you are likely to see a little bit of POA breakthrough. And in those cases, I will spray it. I will break out the certainty for that. But if you got like a small little, a little bit here and there, just pull it. I mean, I wouldn't, to your point, I wouldn't mix it up. Think about it. I mean, at per the label rate or instructions, you really want to be mixing 2 gallons of it at a minimum. So for 5 little tufts of POA, 2 gallons is way too much. So unless you're spraying your lawn and friends' lawns or whatever, I really wouldn't bother. If it's a small amount, just pull it. You did exactly what I would have done. All right, next up is Mr. LG. He's back with a super chat.
Super chat received.
He says, I think this edition of my original super chat should supersede Doug's. Plus, I have a shinier hair than Doug's. Technically, I think so. I think that's fair. I think that is fair. So you did the 501, and you did, yes. So I agree with your math, LG. Your total super chats here's the thing. It's not going to roll over from week to week, but in tonight, your total super chats are in excess of Doug. So I agree. You have superseded him, so you will get guys, listen. Hopefully he's not listening. It's a little bit petty, right? You see how he wonders why he gets the hate comments. He's doing stuff like this. You see, it's okay. Fair is fair. Right is right. We will put LG back. Let me see. I'll even put your son back. Your little son star. I'll even do that. I still got it here. I'll put that back in there for you. And away you go. There you go. So you're good to go, LG. You are now the show sponsor again. Your name in lights until Doug does like $5. You know what he's gonna do? Doug will come back and be like $5.02, and then away we go. All right. And I'll put a little tango below for you while I find the next comment. I can do that. Let's scroll up here and see where I left off. I have got to speed up. I've got a lot of questions and it's already 9:30. All right. So LG says, at heartfelt, those guys have never made love to a woman. Yeah, there's that. I mean, dude, it's just, I think it's funny. I think it's funny, man. I don't really care. I really don't. I could care less. LG. I mean, people saying nasty things about me on the internet. If you had my upbringing and lived like I've been through some of the things that I've been through in life, someone saying nasty things on the online, it ranks like I don't know under the like the casters of my chair as far as like what I care about. So whatever. Like I said, rent free in someone's mind. Powerful thing. Powerful thing. Gotta love it. All right, next up is TNDC07 says, want to replace the mulch on the side of the house. Replace Tiff Tuff, 500 square feet. Question. Okay, so you have mulch on the side of the house. You want to put Tiff Tuff down. Okay. Question. Can it be done now, wintertime in Raleigh, North Carolina? Or wait, Super Sod, Bad Spot Eraser, Tiff Tuff, Bermuda, price $5 for $49. Yeah, so can you apply, can you put down Bermuda now? Yes, you absolutely can. You can. I like my lawn, like the lawn, like great. It doesn't look like that great now. It's dormant, but my lawn was actually sodded in December. It was sodded in December, like right in the middle of winter. It was when sod was installed. And Bermuda, you can do that. It'll be just fine. It'll still root in. It'll still establish. You could wait till the spring if you want to, but I don't. You know, there's not really a whole lot of reason to if you want to do it now. It will be just fine. The one thing I will tell you though, TNDC07, you want to be aware of is, I just saw Ben super chat. It's starting, and I can see this. The one thing you want to be aware of is that the mulch bed, you said it's along the side of the house. The one thing you want to be really careful of is you want to make sure that that area is going to get enough sunlight. You know what I mean? So it's fine if you want to get rid of the mulch bed and put out 500 square feet of sod, but if it happens to be that mulch bed is an area that the house shades it and it doesn't get a lot of sunlight, you could end up with a problem. You know, you'll put the sod down and then it won't really, I mean, it may establish, but it's always going to be thin and just not that great looking. So if you're putting it in an area, if you're replacing the mulch bed with sod in an area that gets a lot of direct sunlight, and by direct sunlight I mean like direct, like sun through space, like straight to the grass, like not passing through trees doesn't count, passing through shrubs doesn't count, like direct sunlight. Like Bermuda needs all the sunlight. If that is the case, then you're good to go. But if the mulch bed, if it's a larger mulch bed especially, and your house shades that area for an extended part of the day, you're gonna have problems with the Bermuda doing well, or at least it looking as good as the parts of your lawn that get more sunlight. So just something to consider. You didn't ask that, but just one thing I just wanted to bring out to you or point out when you're going, as you're going to go take on this project. But yes, to answer your question, could you do it now if you want? Absolutely. No problem at all with Bermuda sod this time of year. No worries at all. All right. Off-road envies is LOL at LG. But you see, the problem is Ben is not letting this go. See, I knew this was going to happen. So LG, you did, and you guys have to keep tally because I'm having a hard time keeping count. But Ben is now down under the super chat.
Super chat received.
I agree with the cumulative total. Happy 2023, Ron. LG and Doug, thanks for participating. Cheers. So Ben has dethroned both you guys, at least for now, anyway. And so now, Ben, your name in lights for whatever that means to you. And autocorrect behave this time. Great. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Really do appreciate all the love and support. All the love and support. All right. All right, let's see here. Let's see what other questions we have. I'm going to start working through these faster, guys, because I know I am taking, I know you guys are waiting to get your questions answered. All right, let's see here. Archie Amo says, you touched on scalping, but what about verticutting? When should that be done? So verticutting, last year, Archie, I did it as part of my scalping process. So I scalped and then I verticut to really thin the lawn out, and I got good results with that. The thing is, it's verticutting, especially if you don't have a mower like this with a catcher on it, with a grass catcher on it. It's a lot of work. For those of you on Instagram, you can see what I'm talking about, like that, like the outlet, something with a grass catcher. It's a lot of work and makes a big mess. So if it were me, if you could only verticut your lawn, a couple times in the season, I would do it. I would save that for June or for the end of May, the end of June, and the end of July. So that's 3 times, right? Doing it in as part of your scalp is fine too. I mean, I got good results doing it, but I wouldn't say it's as critical as doing it later on in the season when the lawn is when you're really trying to control when you're trying to fix the problem that verticutting is designed to fix, which is the lawn getting too thick and causing cutting problems. You know what I mean? So if you have access to one and you want to do it, by all means. I am going to scalp my lawn. I will likely also do a light verticutting on it as well, just to again thin it out a little bit more. But it's not strictly necessary this time of year. It's more, like I said, if I could only do it, pick one time of the year to do that, it would be when the lawn is actively growing, May, June, July timeframe, because what it's designed to help correct is the cutting problems that you can get from especially real mode lawns where it gets really thick and you start having scalping problems. Verticutting helps correct that. So I'm going to, but it's not strictly necessary as part of your scalping process this time of year. So good question. That's a good one. That is a good one. Appreciate the question, Archie. All right, you already submitted your question, Jay Westbrook, so we're good there. Ben says LGL take next week off, hoping someone tops it. Lots of value in what Ron does. Appreciate that, Ben. And then, and of course, Cedric's is like, you know what? I'm just gonna fix this and put an end to this right now.
Super chat received.
Cedric says, I'm the big Georgia Bulldog tonight. Speaking of the Bulldog, so thank you so much, Cedric. You're now the show sponsor of the evening. But speaking of the Bulldogs, how about that game, man? Sorry if you're an Ohio State fan, but if you talk about a game where Ohio State really deserved to win and Georgia squeaked through, man, that game, here's how bad it was. And you could probably say I need to have a stripe taken off my shoulders as a true Georgia fan, right? Because when we got into the beginning of the fourth quarter and I saw where the score was and it was going to be late, I said, you know what? I'm going to sleep. I'm not going to finish this game because I'm just going to be upset and I'm not going to sleep well and it's just not worth it. Lo and behold, I wake up in the morning and I check my phone and like the ESPN notification goes off like Georgia beats Ohio State 42-41. I'm like, what? There's no way. How'd that happen? So then because I had finished watching it, and it was an awesome finish. It almost it reminded me. It took me back to the Falcons and the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Although this time it was and now I know what it felt like to be a Patriots fan because it was pretty awesome, right? Pretty awesome to see your team come back from a game they really should have lost and come back and win it. And I feel, and I want to jinx it, I feel that Georgia is that almost beat a Cedric, that almost beat, and you're not a sure sponsor, that almost beat was exactly what Georgia needed. I'm sure they're working, they're hard, they're drilling, and I'm hoping they're going to put a beat down on TCU in the national championship. I mean, I think it's exactly what Georgia needed because they're getting too comfortable. They steamrolled Tennessee, and they didn't. I don't think they gave Ohio State the respect they needed. So almost losing was good. Better that happened then than in the national championship. So, again, thank you so much for the super chat, sir. I really appreciate all the love and support. Thank you very, very, very much. All right. So let me go back up here to where I was. Let me start going through these questions a bit faster. You guys on the gram, you guys are quiet tonight. You guys are just watching, which is cool. Because but if you guys have a question, feel free to chime in as well. All right. Harpo Fashion says, let's see. Also, those guys get millions of views but bash others. I think you're the most intelligent, educated, and detailed lawn guy on YouTube, in my opinion. But you don't get millions of views on every video. No, not yet. I mean, it's not. Here's the thing, man. You know what it is? It comes from martial arts, Harpo Fashion. Like people, how can I say this? People that win in life commit to the process. Like it's always good to have goals, But if you commit to the process, right? If I commit to being consistent on this live stream and on making video YouTube content and providing value to you guys, it is unreasonable that the channel would not still continue to grow. It is unreasonable for that to not happen. Now, the rate that it grows, I can't control that. I mean, there's always going to be someone in life doing better than you. That's just if you're always looking at somebody else and saying they're doing better than me and that makes you angry, you're going to hate life. So, as long as you commit to the process and are enjoying the journey, which is really what it's all about, I get there. I get there, man. I'm not worried about it. Like I said, if the fact that people take time out of their day to talk trash about me, rent free in someone's mind, man. Nice thing. All right. Next up is Isaac Isaac, I always have trouble saying your name. Isaac Momperaus. I think that's correct. Momperaus. He says, the grass in New Jersey is turning yellow everywhere. The ground is constantly wet. I need a couple of days of dryness to put fungicide down. Yeah, I mean, you guys get snow a lot of the year, and living up north, I couldn't imagine it, man, because you guys have problem where you lose some of your lawns due to like snow mold, like some of the funguses that will kill off parts of your lawn. So it's a challenge being up north, being in that part of the country. But yeah, I think your strategy is good. Let it dry out, and if you need to put a fungicide down, then by all means do so. You know what I mean? Just do what you need to do to get the grass looking nice. All right, next is that Texas boy 04 saying, Happy New Year, Ron. Happy New Year, Texas. That Texas boy 04. He says, I'll be sand leveling this year, most likely alone, 4,000 square feet. That's doable. That's not too bad. Haven't been able to find any top dressers / spreaders to rent in the area. An Eco 250 is $9K to buy. Sound like a ton of work? No, 4,000 square feet you could do by yourself, man. I mean, there's people that have done more than that. I mean, it's gonna be work. What I would say is if you're not using straight sand, if you're using like a leveling mix, right? I'm sorry. If you're using straight sand, then fine. But what I would not do if you're going to be doing 4,000 square feet all by yourself is getting like a pile of compost delivered and a pile of sand delivered and then mixing them yourself and then putting them out. Like that would be too much. That you're going to hate life doing that. So if you can find a place that will give you a 70-30 blend, like that's mostly sand with some compost in there, and then you want to put that out, 4,000 square feet, you could do that. You could do that in the morning. That's not bad. I mean, you can do that in the morning with a wheelbarrow. The one thing I will tell you is you will want to have a leveling rake. Like that's going to make a big difference as far as the result you get. And really, if you can get one person to help you, I mean, if you can just get one other person, it makes a huge difference. I mean, even if all they're doing is filling up the wheelbarrow and bringing it to you, or even if all they're doing is just filling up the wheelbarrow, like that is gonna make the job way easier. If they just fill it up and you have to go pick it up and then wheel it out to the lawn and dump it out and then take the empty one back to them, and you're just out there spreading it around while they're filling it up again. If you have someone that's just do just that one thing, it's gonna make a big difference in how fast you're able to get it done, and also how tired you are by the time you're finished with it. So I know you said you're gonna be doing it by yourself, but if you can get just one person to do like a little bit of the work, it's gonna make the process a lot easier. So something to keep in mind. I would not go out and buy an Eco 250 unless you're independently wealthy and just, having $9,000 to spend on a top dresser isn't a big deal to you. And even if it is, you have somewhere to store it after you're done with it, right? So there is that as well too. Let's see here. So question on Instagram from ddon19 says, Ron, I've always been told that mowing dry grass makes your reel dull faster. Have you experienced that? I have not. My mower is still sharp. It still cuts paper. My Owlet does. And I've mowed, I'm still taking a little bit off when I cut it. I don't let the reel just turn and let it just be dry. It's not like it's not cutting anything. Whenever I run it. But no, I have not. I personally have not experienced that. It might be a thing for some people, but I personally have not experienced my reel getting dull. Because guys, also keep in mind too, like I turf rake the lawn more often than I mow it. So like I've turf raked it like 3 times and I didn't mow it afterwards. So it's not like especially this time of year, I don't need to mow it all the time because turf raking alone just makes it look nice as it is. So, but no, I've not experienced that. There might be something to it, but I've not personally had that experience in my case. All right, and next up is Ben Raham. He says, nice work, LG. Knob Creek 9 tonight. Hopefully you're enjoying one. So you guys are back and forth. You guys see. So that's the thing. You guys were like sparring back and forth, and then Cedric just jumped in, and swooped in. You gotta love it. You absolutely you gotta love it. Oh yeah, and let me see. No Livey says, don't forget to rep the merch run. Oh, that's a good point. Yes, guys. Yes. The merch store. That's another thing I was gonna talk about. So some of you guys have been asking about merch. We have a newly redone merch store, which is now available. If you like the stripe action t-shirt, if you want a stripe action hat, if you like hoodies and all that fun stuff, all that fun jazz, I'll put a link here in the chat now, right here, and then I'll actually show you guys the new merch store. So I'll show you, copy this and paste here. I can do that. And boom. So here is our new merchandise store, where you can get hats, t-shirts, hoodies. It is hoodie weather this time of year. It's warm. I mean, it's cold out. Having something to keep you warm when you're out there, messing around the lawn, it's always good. I like to wear mine. You got tees for the ladies. You got the classic stripe action t-shirt, always a crowd favorite. Stickers if you want that. You have different variations on the stripe action shirt. You got a like a sweatshirt that's also available in different colors. So even though I'm showing it here in green, 14 forest green, you can get it in tan, black, navy. So it's available in multiple different colors. So even though you guys see a color here on the store, that is not the only color that it's available in. For example, the stripe action, the hat, you got the black hat, you got like a navy white combination, and then just a straight navy combination, or just straight navy hat. So it depends on what color you like. You can get that. And yeah, various hoodies and t-shirts and all kinds of goodies for you to represent, support the channel in style. So that is now in the link as well. Thank you so much, no Livy, as far as the merch, to represent the merch. That is in now. So if you guys want to support the channel that way and also just want to look cool while you're out in the lawn, there's a way for you to do that now. We spent some time redoing it and redoing some of the designs and just redoing the store. So it's now available in the links of this video. If you guys are watching it later, the links in the description, there will be a link to it that'll take you there, as well as if you're in the chat now live, you can see it as well. And for those of you guys on the gram, this is the link to the merch store. I'm not sure if this is going to work on Instagram. If it will, I mean, I don't know if you'll be able to click links, but we'll see here. We'll see if that works. Yeah, so that's it. That's the merch store. If you are looking for some Ron Henry swag to wear while you are out in the lawn, making the neighbors envious. All right, Steven Johnson is here. He says, greetings, Ron and chat. Salutations from Minnesota. My question is, how can I combat soft edges around the lawn and garden? Thanks, Ron, for everything you do. What do you mean by soft edges? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. Are you talking, I mean, soft edges, like, you're talking about whenever you edge the lawn, it falls, the edge doesn't hold, or like literally like the ground in that area is like physically, it's like it's softer, like when you walk on it, it's softer. If it's the latter, to where the edges of the lawn are softer, that's an odd one. Is it happening in areas that where you're having drainage problems, like water staying there and it just stays wet longer, and that's maybe causing it? That's a first. That's a first, Stephen. I've never heard of soft edges. So if that's, yeah, you said yes. Yeah. So if that's what it is, if it's a situation where it's physically softer, when you walk on it, it's like more mushy than the rest of the lawn, to me, that points to that area is not draining as well as other areas. So if you have, like, I don't know, let's say this My Soil test kit is your lawn, right? And your lawn is slightly angled this way, and this is like your driveway or your sidewalk or something. And whenever it rains, the water is going to pool down here because of gravity. Like if you can do something to improve the drainage along the lowest part of the lawn, especially, just to help to improve that drainage, that should help with it being soft. Because I'm thinking it's from water. I can't think of anything else that would cause an edge like that to be soft, other than excessive moisture, and it's just not drying out as fast as the other parts of the lawn. So if there's anything you can do to help improve the drainage, that is what I'd recommend. Again, I'm not, I can't see. If you can send me pictures of it, you know what? Put my email up here. If you can, send me an email, Stephen, ron@golfhorselawn.com. Send me an email with a picture of what you're dealing with, and I will, along with like exactly, any more context you can provide, and I'll give you a better answer. But the first thing that comes to mind, just reading your comment, is there's water that's hanging out in that area, and getting the water to drain or that area to dry out a more evenly, more quickly, should fix the softness, that sponginess that you're feeling. If another thing it could be too is if you have a lot of thatch in your lawn, right? So if you have an area, if the area is spongy, like usually you're saying soft, but it could also be sponginess. If you have a lot of thatch buildup, that can cause an edge or cause part of your lawn to be spongy. You might just be seeing it or feeling it more when you walk along an edge, but the rest of the lawn likely is that way too. You know what I mean? So that's another consideration. So it could be a drainage issue, or it could be a excessive thatch. Those are things that come to top of mind that would cause a sponginess or part of the lawn to be soft. So hope that helps. Maybe that'll give you something to think about as far as ways to help help remediate it. But again, send me an email if you want, ron@golfhorselawn.com, with some pictures of it, and I will do my best to give you a more detailed answer once I have the pictures and have something to look at. Appreciate the support. All right, next up is LG. It says, at Ben, I just polished off a bottle of Cabernet with straight Johnny Walker for 4 years until it incinerated some vital organs. I believe it. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Cabernet red wine's a little bit easier on you. All right, next up, Ben Raham says, I tell my kids every morning, listen to your teacher, be nice to them, learn lots, and have fun today. I take my own advice in the live stream, in the lawn, in general, and have fun here. Yeah, in general. You know what, man, in general, in life, it's just like good advice. You want some good life advice. Not that I know I have a lot figured out about life, but some advices that serve me well is just don't be a jerk. Like, don't be mean to people. Like, even when you think you have the right to be mean to somebody, don't be mean to them, because it always comes full circle. A person that is just in general not a nice person, you don't have to deal with them. Life will take care of them. They'll cross the wrong person, or they'll have issues in their personal life, their careers, or whatever else. You don't have to deal with it yourself. You know what I mean? And also, you never know, right? I mean, like you have a problem with somebody, and you curse them out. You tell them, you give them a piece of your mind. Like, you don't know who else is seeing that, and it's like, you might feel better for the 5, 10, 15 seconds that you get to tell them off. But then what? You're not going to change their mind. They're not going to be like I have yet to see anybody get corrected or say, hey, listen, you're wrong about this. The way you treated me, I didn't appreciate it. And have anyone say, you know what? You were right. I'm sorry. My bad. I really should not. People are not going to do that. People that are mean are just mean. So just don't waste your time with them. And in general, just be nice to people. That is good advice to live by. It will take you far in life, because whenever you screw up, then you will have grace. And if you're someone that always is mean to people, whenever you screw up, there'll be people in line waiting to let you never forget it. So in general, be nice to people. Stephen Johnson says, yes, I finally got rid of pesky grubs, and I haven't seen them since. Yeah, so that helps. That doesn't work for everybody. As far as moles go, like, just doing the grubs alone, that in your case, it worked. In my case, stick. I used a stick worked. I don't have it here next to me, but a good stick worked for us getting rid of the mole. But I mean, some people, they're able to do just an insecticide, get rid of the grubs. Some people need to use traps. Some people need to use traps, poisons. They have to use a bunch of different things to try and get rid of them. So it just depends on what you're dealing with, how bad the infestation is. You know what I mean? But in your case, you got off light. I did too, because it can be a lot worse than what we had to deal with. All right, Jay Westbrook says, love you, man. Your stuff is such a great watch. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support, sir. And then next up, we got Jim Carson from California saying, hello from semi-rainy California. What's going on, Jim? Hopefully you're doing well. And Tim Jackson just sent a piece of equipment here. Now, guys, oh man, this is I mean, it's not a mower. We'll have to take off like half a point for that, but man, this is nice. Okay, so guys, check this out. So we were talking about aerating your lawn look at this bad mamma jamma he's got. So he's got this big Jacobson, which that's not a great shot of it. That's not the one you want. The shot you want is this one. This thing is a beast. Look at that. That is sweet. You gotta clap it up for you on that one, Tim. That is nice, man. That's a serious piece of equipment. That's way more heavy duty than the Ryan or the the Billy Goat that I've used in the past. It's a really nice, really nice setup, man. Really nice. Yeah. So Tim, what you gotta do if you can, get like whenever you run it, get some some video, like your iPhone or Android, whatever. Get some like a short video clip of you actually running it and send that to me. It'd be cool to be able to show that on the show, show people some heavy duty aeration equipment doing its thing. That's a pretty sweet piece of equipment, man. Very, very nice. Very nice. I like it. I like it. All right, next up is Laurent Jones. Says, hey Ron, I want to purchase a real mower for my Bermuda grass. There are no dealers near me in central North Carolina. Do you recommend buying one sight unseen? No. I mean, I did. I should say this. I bought one that I didn't get to see in person. Like my Greensmaster, I bought it without seeing it in person myself, but I got pictures of it. So if you are getting it from someone, if they're willing to take pictures of it, like detailed pictures of it, showing you the reel, the bed knife, if you can get them to show like a short video of starting it up, making sure that it runs, and if you can do that, then I'd be willing. You could go that route. That would be okay. But if someone just says, "Hey, I'm selling a Greensmaster 1600, no pictures, no nothing," there's a big variance as far as what kind of piece of equipment you could be getting. You get something that's kind of piece of junk you have to put a lot of money into, that you have to put a lot of money into to fix up and get going right, or you could get something that's good to go. You put a sharpen on it and away you go. So at a minimum, I would want pictures. Now, you said there's no dealers in your area. The one thing I would check before you buy any mower is see if there's anyone in your area that can at least service one, because you are going to have to get the reel sharpened at some point, right? You're going to have to get it ground at some point. And, if you go out and you buy a Greensmaster, and none of the places in your area like to grind those or know how to grind those or don't want to grind those, then that's not a great mower for you. But if everyone can do True Cuts, or everyone can do McLean's, or everyone can do whatever else, it shouldn't be the case. But say that happens to be the case, then in that situation, you'd want to lean towards a mower that you can get worked on, because it is going to need maintenance. I mean, even if you do your oil changes yourself, your spark plug changes yourself, your air filters, fuel filters, you do all that stuff yourself, you're probably not going to buy you're not going to buy a grinder. You know what I mean? You're not going to do that. You're going to have to get that done by a professional. So I would, before you pick it up, I would find in your area what shops can work on it and find out which ones they have experience working on, and then make your decision accordingly. But definitely, let's say you could do anything, right? Let's say you could buy anything you want. So you can get any mower, because the shops you say, yeah, we can grind anything. We're awesome. We can do, we are like that. We got it like that. Then pictures, and if you can, a short video of it starting up, and maybe them just running it, just so you see that it actually works. You know what I mean? And then you can get one, because I bought mine without actually physically seeing it. It was a great mower. I mean, I had to change a belt on it like a couple of months after getting it, just because it just dry rotted. But outside of that, it's been rock solid. It's been an awesome mower. So hope that helps, sir. Congrats on your real mower journey. Once you start, you will not be able to go back from it. It makes a really big difference in the way your turf looks. It's hard to go back from real mowing once you start. All right, LG says urea is technically an organic compound. That's true. That's been synthetically manufactured. I am no scientist, but I think the same would be true for liquid urea. That's probably true, LG. That's a good point. Fair point, sir. And then Jay Rushbrook is weighing in. He says, call around some dealers would actually let you demo a model before you purchase one. Yeah, that's advice too. That's a good way to go as well too. You're very well welcome, Damien. No worries at all. And then this is a good question. Good question around top dressing. He says, so when you top dress, do you shoot to get your lawn level? My lawn has some drainage that doesn't work well. Whether it was done manually or by nature, should I fill in all that and try to get it level? So So to answer your question, when I top dress, do I try to get my lawn level? I try to get it smooth, because level, I mean, if you're talking about level like this, if I'm holding it, like this is level. Very few lawns are truly level, by that meaning that it's like they're truly flat in all directions. When I say top dressing, we say leveling. What we're truly trying to do is you're trying to make the lawn smooth to where you don't have any like harsh dips or ruts or anything like that that the mower is going to go into and cause cutting issues. Like my back lawn, as much as this looks level, it is not level. It's not smooth. Like there's a slight grade. You guys might be able to see it, but there's a slight slope. Like the far part of the lawn is sloped very slightly towards us, like what you're looking at now, right? And it's also slightly sloped from the right side to the left side. So it is smooth, but it is not level. So whenever I do a leveling project, I do aim to get it smooth, meaning that if there's any ruts and those types of things, as long as they're not crazy big, too deep, several inches deep, I do level those out, or try and get those to try to smooth those out is probably more accurate. But I don't try to get the entire lawn level. Now, as far as your question is about the drainage problem, it depends. Like most things in life, the answer is it depends. Like how big of a drainage problem are we talking about here? If you're talking about like an 8-inch, an 8-inch deep rut that runs through your lawn, no, I wouldn't try and fill that in all at once. At least not with top dressing mix anyway. Because the thing you have to realize too, Half, is that if you fill in that rut, or that low spot where the lawn drains, like the water's got to go somewhere. So if you build that up, you're just moving how the lawn drains to somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So what I would aim for is to make it as smooth as possible, as to where if there's any like little hills or ridges, or just any undulations in the lawn, that they are smooth to where when you're mowing, the mower just kind of flows over them, but it doesn't like dig in or cut ruts or cause any of these kinds of things. So that's what you're looking for in my mind whenever I say level a lawn. Not necessarily make it like a sports field, like not, because it's not true. My lawn is not truly level, but it is very smooth. It's almost pool table smooth. It's very, very smooth, but it is not level. And as far as how much material to use, I'm a fan of keeping it under 1/2 inch, because that is going to integrate with the soil better. The lawn's going to recover faster. You're not going to have issues from washout as much if you go lighter with the top dressing than if you go super heavy. So there are people that will say, do a sand cap, like go through and just turn the entire lawn into a beach. And you can do that. That can work. That absolutely can work. But if you get a heavy rain, like any kind of like a heavy rainfall, you're gonna have a big mess on your hand. Like the sand, the material is gonna move around, and you're gonna have to be out there with a rig again trying to fix it. So I would prefer to do multiple light top dressings, and by light I mean 1/2 inch or less. Multiple of those versus laying down 2 to 3 inches of material all over the lawn all at once. So hope that helps. I think I answered your question. And as far as the rut or the drainage area, it depends. It depends. Like in my lawn, I've tried to fix it to where the water all drains nicely into the swale, and that's what it does. So I have like a little area that like makes a little pool, and then that quickly drains as soon as the rain drops, stops falling into the swale and goes off to the street, and the lawn dries out, and we're all good to go, right? So hopefully that helps give you some tips as far as how to go about leveling or smoothing out your lawn. Good stuff. All right. DeMarcus Thompson is here. Says, greetings, Ron. Can I get you to come up here? Yep. Okay, greetings, Ron. I found a site one nearby me. 2023 will be amazing. Nice. Yeah, man. So if you decided you want to go with Carbon Pro G instead of Essential G, I mean, I personally like Essential G better, but I completely understand if you want to just run out and have a local source and have to pick it up yourself, that absolutely works too, and you will not be disappointed. Carbon Pro G is an excellent product. I used it for several years before switching to Essential G. You will like the results you get with it. All right, next is Jim Carson. He says, has anyone used the 2-gallon Lesco battery-operated sprayer, and is it any good? Small yard here. I've never used it, so I can't really speak on that one. I can't comment on it. Typically, Jim, though, the products that Lesco, I mean, they probably don't make the sprayer. They probably likely spray made, or someone else makes it for them. But their stuff tends to be pretty good. Like their broadcast spreader is really good. I'm trying to think if there's any products or any like hardware products from Lesco that I've ever used that were not reasonably good quality, and nothing really comes to mind. So I'd be inclined to think that it would be fine, but I don't have any direct experience with it to be able to say, yeah, it's awesome. That it's like, it's as good as like the Typhoon or as good as a Typhoon or as good as a Yard Mastery sprayer, because I've never used one to be able to say. And let's see what else here. Greg Lyons says, how did you hang the soundproof tiles on your wall? Need to do the same for my noisy teenager who plays games late into the night. This is just Velcro and double-sided tape. So it's like, so if I ever take them off, I'll probably have to fix little small areas of the lawn. Everything's lawn, right? Of the wall. But I just use like double-sided, just some light double-sided tape, like 4 pieces, like a tiny, doesn't take much, don't go too big, like just a small 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch squares, like 4 of them, and that's all it'll take, because the stuff's really light. It's really light, so it doesn't take much to make it stay up. So that will work. If you want to be able to remove it, here, I'll tell you what I have tried. I have tried the Velcro, so like it's double-sided. It's Velcro that has like has a sticky back, where I stuck one side on this and then another side on the wall, and that doesn't work as well. It tends to fall. Like what you find is that the adhesive they use isn't as good, and really I've never had to take the sound deadening material off, so putting Velcro on it is kind of pointless. So I would just use like a not like a super strong double-sided tape, because there's different strengths of them. Get like a light, like an inexpensive one. Get an inexpensive double-sided tape and cut small squares and use that. And just realize that whenever you move or you have to decide you're going to paint, you are going to have to fix like some mild damage or some mild discolor. Some of the paint's going to come off whenever you take it off. So, but it's not going to really matter, for the foreseeable future. So that is how I did it. Greg, hopefully that helps, sir. Hopefully that helps. All right, let me get some more drink here. I'll put some music on.
Darling, do you want to know
while I look for the next comment.
$1 million. I just want a wife, some kids, and a few less problems. Get them all into college.
Right,
maybe we could travel the world to see stars and comets. Think I want to meet your mama. I don't have a 9 to 5, but I'ma find some commas. I don't need $1 million. I just want a wife, some kids, and a few less problems. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I'd be down for that, Jim. So Jim has a question here. He says, maybe a good idea, have people sending photos of their lawns, and we can download them for screensavers. And if it's popular, you could do a calendar. Yeah, I mean, if people want to send pictures, like if you are super proud of your lawn, you want to send pictures to Ron at Golf Course Lawn, what I can do is I can take them and I can like put them on like a Google Drive or whatever and share the link, and you guys can look at pictures of lawns if you want, of some cool lawns. We can absolutely make that happen. Just make sure it's your lawn. Don't send me pictures of someone else's lawn. I don't want to get hate mail from somebody saying, hey man, you posted a picture of my lawn. So make sure it's your lawn that you're sending a picture of, or that you have permission to take, whatever, to share pictures of it. But yeah, I can absolutely do that. And that's another thing too, guys. If you guys are getting good results with the product from the Golf Course Lawn Store or the advice, send me pictures. Like it's really motivating, and it lets me know that I'm doing a good job, and that I'm helping people out, and that you guys are getting the results. So I always want to see pictures of your lawns when you guys are making progress, even if it's in a work in progress. It doesn't have to be like a golf course lawn right away. Like if it's better than where you were before, that's still progress. You know what I mean? And if you keep doing the thing, if you keep like I was saying earlier, if you commit to the process, it's practically impossible. It would be unreasonable for you to not get the result, right? So yeah, if you guys want to send me pictures of your lawn, by all means. LG says, at Ron Henry, see what I mean? Your viewers are taking shots at an innocent 81-year-old man unprovoked. Well, if you're 81 years old, you're an ornery 81-year-old, LG. So I think you like it. It's like it fuels you. It fuels you. You know what I mean? It fuels you. I think you dig it. I think you dig it. And let us see. Let me see. Ben is talking to Andrew. I'm not sure what this question was. He says, Andrew, keep reel mowing. It does keep getting better. More often, the better. If you rotary mow 3 times a week with a sharp blade, you will dominate with a reel mower only better. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Did I miss Andrew's comment? I don't remember seeing Andrew's comment. Well, if I did, I apologize, Andrew. But Ben's advice is spot on. Reel mowing is good. It will make your lawn look awesome. And, as far as like being that next level, I mean, rotary mowing will make your lawn look great too. The big thing is to regularly mow your lawn with a sharp mower. Rotary mowing is going to look awesome, but given like a Bermuda lawn or a lawn or a grass type that that thrives at being cut at shorter heights. A lawn mowed with a rotary mower versus a lawn mowed with a reel mower. In my opinion, the reel mowed lawn looks much, much, much better. Not going to scalp. It's going to look tighter. It's going to look better. It's going to look like a golf course, right? All right, next up is Mr. Oh yeah, Andrew Phillips. That's who it is. Andrew Phillips. He says, "Yeah, I've been mowing 3 times per week last year, along with backlapping. We'll do the same this year, taking a good rest until we kick up again. LOL." That Andrew. Okay, I thought it was a different Andrew. All right, and the next up is Jason Sewell. He says, "Don't worry, be happy." Yeah, man. Bobby McFerrin, right? Yeah, man. Old school. Old school. All right, next here is Tim Jackson. So Tim just showed it. He says, "I'm upping my game this winter. I purchased a Jacobson GA24. It's a greens aerator, 24 5/8 plugs." You got to read it like that. You can't just say, you can say, "This winter I purchased a Jacobson GA24. It's a greens grade aerator, 24 5/8 plugs." You got to read it like, "This winter I purchased a Jacobson GA24. I don't know what that is. Sounds pretty awesome. It's a greens grade aerator, 24 5/8 plugs, all hydraulic, 2x2 pattern. Soil profile will definitely change this year." That's how you read it when you get new equipment. And his kit, if you guys want to see, is that. You guys have already seen it. I showed it ahead of time. But nice acquisition, Tim. That is really, really sweet. The next thing we're going to want to see is when you run it, send us some video. Want to see it going. And let's see here. Let's look for my other questions. I'm checking here also on the Instagram and see if anybody else has got in here. Off-Road NV saying hi. V brother. Yep, cool. Yeah, so I'm just nothing else on the Instagram, which is cool. But you guys feel free to participate. I know you guys can't see all the other comments or videos that are on YouTube, Facebook, and the Twitter, but feel free to chime in if you have any questions, comments, or anything else. Gary Freeman is here. He says, "Hey Ron, #Sharp Action Gang. I plan to try PGR this season, most definitely last year. Cutting every other day was very challenging." So here's the thing you're gonna find, Gary. Even with using PGR, I still mow the same amount. I don't have to, but I still do. And what you find is what comes off is like dust. Like to put it to you this way, right? In June timeframe, the lawn is living its best life. Bermuda's hulking out. It's getting tons of sunlight. It's getting nitrogen. It's just loving. It's loving. It's like it's hulking out, doing its thing, right? Bermuda is living it's playing its A game. I can mow the entire back lawn when it's under regulation, and like just one grass catcher will catch the debris for the entire lawn when I'm mowing it every other day. Now, again, if you want to not mow every other day, you can do that with why is this trying to do this? Okay. You can absolutely do that. You can reduce the amount of mowing if you want, but I still mow the same amount mainly because I enjoy it, and the turf just looks amazing. It looks awesome. So you can reduce your mowing by up to half if you want. Me, because I'm like crazy, I still mow the same amount, and it just takes less time because less clippings come off. I'm literally mowing the entire back lawn with one grass catcher, and the turf looks awesome. So there is that. The thing I will tell you, Gary, if you're going to try out Primo, if you're going to go with Primo Max, you're going to try out PGR, go with the half rate formula. Go at half the recommended rate and just do it twice per month. That's going to give you a lot of headroom. You're not gonna. It's gonna reduce the chances of you having problems. If you go a little bit heavier, over apply a certain area, you're still applying it at half the rate. So you're just giving yourself some fudge factor, some wiggle room until you get used to using it. But once you start, I really think you're gonna really love it, and you're not gonna want to go back. You're gonna ask yourself, why did I wait so long to start using Primo? All right, Dwayne's World says, "Hey Ron, update on the lawn. Check the mower for sharpness, and we are good. Turns out the yellow is actually a fungus. The one area was especially bad, and with me not catching the clippings, it started to spread. I put down some propiconazole to cure the issue. Definitely from the unusual amount of rain we've been getting here in SoCal." Cool, nice, Dwayne. Thank you for the update, sir. Glad you got to the bottom of it. Really good. Sorry you're dealing with a fungus issue, but glad that the problem is now fixed, which is really cool. All right, Ben Raham says, "RC is awesome. Are you a Lowe's or Associated?" Yeah, man. Oh, see, now you're I know you're legit. I know you're old school. Yeah, so I had both. So what was the name of I had a Team Associated buggy. What is the it's an RC, yeah, RC10, the RC10. But there's different levels of the RC10. There was like oh, what was it? There was one that had like there was that had like the less good shocks, and there's one that had like almost like the Whirls kit. The one that Brian Kindwall, I think that was the guy back in that way back when, but I think it was Brian Kindwall, the guy way back when that was winning everything. Like his Whirls car is different to like there's different versions of it, is guess what I'm trying to say. So we had an RC10, and my brother had a Lowe's truck, like a buggy truck, and then also I had a Traxxas buggy, a Traxxas monster truck. So yeah, I was really into that. And then model airplanes, which living on an 8 square mile island is not a good idea because whenever you crash, getting parts takes forever. And then eventually I moved into RC helicopters when I came up here in the 90s to go to school. So yeah, I've done the only thing in RC I've not done is gliders and boats and drones. I've not done drones or gliders or boats. But after RC helicopters, drones are easy mode, right? Drones actually want to fly versus helicopters try to fall out of the sky left and right. So yeah, if you guys are really resourceful, you guys might even be able to find a video of me flying a helicopter on my YouTube channel. I think I may have unlisted it. I'm not sure. I have some old footage of me flying. All right, next up is Jonathan Daza. He says, Ron, I am in Los Angeles and we are getting slammed with rain for weeks for the first time in so long. What kind of top dressing should I use for my turf type top SU? Again, I would it depends on what you're after, what your goal is, Jonathan. If your goal is just to increase the amount of organic material, you could do just straight compost if you wanted to. You could go compost, or you could use something like carbonized PN, something like this. So if you go to shop and then Miramichi Green and then this guy, like this is a good top dressing mix. Like I've used this on my front lawn a couple of times just for top dressing work. This is not for leveling, but as far as introducing like really, really good organic material to the soil, it's tough to beat carbonized PN. It's an excellent product. Now, if you want to level, like you have some slightly uneven areas and you want to level those a bit, you're going to want to have some sand in there. So for fescue, you don't mow fescue nearly as short as you do Bermuda. You might be able to get away with like a 50-50. But a 50-50 or 50-50 blend is probably fine. I would not do 100% sand. I wouldn't do that. I would make sure there is some organic material in whatever blend or mix you decide to use. And in LA, I don't know what you have access to. Around here, we can get 100% sand. We can get different variations on sand. But I would not do 100% sand on your fescue. I would ensure there is some organic material in whatever you decide to go with. And like I was saying earlier, I would not do it when it's raining. I would not top dress when it's raining. Ideally, you want the grass to be dry and you want your top dressing mix to also be dry. So if you get it delivered ahead of time and you got a lot of rain coming, make sure you cover it, like get like a tarpaulin or something and cover it so it doesn't get wet, because it's going to be a nightmare to spread it if it's wet. It gets a lot heavier and it's a lot more work to spread wet compost or leveling mix versus dry. So that's the only other advice I can give you. Let me know how it works out, man. Let me know how it works out, and go light. Remember, you can always go back and do it again. You can always go back and add more material again. But if you go too heavy, you might create problems that you didn't anticipate. So go light. Go light. All right, Chris Joyner is up next. He says, "Is it safe to spot spray Bermuda with Roundup when it's dormant?" I'm not a fan of doing it. There are people that will tell you yes. I'm not a fan of doing that, Chris. It's just, to me, it's not. It's the only benefit, and here's why. Here's my reasoning behind it. I'll tell you why. In my opinion, the real benefit to Roundup, right, is that it's inexpensive. As far as a herbicide goes, it's less expensive than selective herbicides like Celsius. Like this is a selective herbicide that kills a whole lot of stuff, but it's more expensive than Roundup is. Like if I were going to spray weeds, if I had weeds that I absolutely wanted to get rid of on my dormant lawn, and it bugged me enough that I wanted to do it while the lawn was dormant, I would use something like Celsius or Certainty or some other herbicide that is selective, that is designed to be safe for the grass. Because even though you may think the lawn is dormant, if some of it is green, and you don't dilute the glyphosate properly, you're going to injure it. You're going to burn, you're going to damage the lawn. You're going to kill off portions of the grass. And from firsthand experience, a neighbor that is about a pitching wedge from where I live, from my lawn, did that the service, it's probably been 4 or 5 years at this point, but he did it when the lawn was dormant, or he thought it was dormant. And when springtime rolls around, he had these patches in his lawn that were dead and looked terrible. And it took not till like, into well into the summer for the lawn to recover. So it's to me, it's not worth it. If the weeds are bad enough that you absolutely have to get rid of them right now while the lawn is dormant, I would pick a selective herbicide that is designed to target that weed. I wouldn't do glyphosate. Again, there are people that do it. There are people that do it, and they're saying that you can do it and you can do it, and you can get a good result with it. And they are correct. You can do that if the lawn is truly dormant and you dilute it properly and you don't over apply it. Yes, you can use glyphosate on a dormant lawn and to kill weeds. I don't recommend doing it because there's too many ways for it to go wrong. In other words, it only goes right if you get everything right. Whereas with this, like, you have to get it pretty wrong for it to damage your Bermuda. Whereas glyphosate wants to damage Bermuda, this does not. So, it's up to you which way you want to go, but I would lean towards using a selective herbicide to target whatever weeds you're after, and save the Roundup. Again, and when I'm talking about Roundup makes selective products. I'm assuming you're talking about glyphosate, like the non-selective Roundup. Save that stuff for like driveways and sidewalks, and when you're spraying it in areas where you don't really care, where there's nothing that around the weed you're targeting that you want to keep alive. So that's my thoughts on it, and so hope that helps. Sir. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. It's a great question. And we got nothing else here in the gram. All right, so we got another super chat. Okay, I think LG's trying to put an end to it.
Super chat received.
He says, okay, so 135.79 from LG. Thank you so much. He says, good night, Ben. Good night, Cedric. Sticking his tongue out. By the way, Ron, I appreciate watching you in 85-inch. It's stunning in 4K. Oh man, I need to make sure I'm looking better. You got me on an 85-inch in 4K. I'm sorry. I'm sorry what your eyes have to suffer through. I apologize ahead of time. It says, thanks for making the investment. Can't wait till you move to HDR. Yeah, the world's not quite ready for HDR. HDR is pretty awesome. I mean, I've got everything I need to do HDR content. I actually even have a workflow. Like I've played already with editing content in HDR, and it looks really good. Let's see here. Let's see, moderator, and boom, there you go. So you are now the show's sponsor. Your name in lights. LG has got it, so so I don't know what that adds up to, but it's a whole lot. Let's see. I think it was released on yeah, exactly. So let me see here. Yeah, I think the problem was fixed that you're talking about. But yeah, HDR content does look incredible, but the problem with it is that you need like a set that you need a TV that supports HDR, like mobile phones, like a lot of mobile phone displays. I'm trying to think if the iPhones are HDR displays. Like I know the iPad, like the big iPad is an HDR display. The MacBooks are HDR displays. The problem is they're just not ubiquitous enough as yet, right? So you can, if your HDR is still kind of a novelty, like there's not enough panels that can show it properly to where it's worth doing. And HDR, even though it's supposed to be backwards compatible to an extent, on like HDR on an SDR panel, it doesn't look good. People say it looks okay. I don't think so. I think it looks like does not look good. Like the colors look off, and just in general no. And LG, for his super chat, he sent some pictures here. He wanted to show, let me see if I can get him up here. He sent some pictures of his lawn after mowing, and also from using Essential G. So let me get this picture up here and show that. All right, so this is his lawn. This is him actually using Essential G. He's actually got it on his lawn, so he's not He's not making that much. So I can find it. Oh, you know what, LG? Both pictures are the same name. That's why. I'm like, why is it replacing it? One and then the other one. Now this will work. Here we go. Technology problem. All right. The file kept overwriting itself. So this is his lawn being rolled with being mowed with a Greensmaster. Color looks pretty baller. Stripe action is on point. And then he's also showing off his Essential G, his ESG, which I am trying to get up on the screen here now. So, and that's his Essential G, showing that he runs that as part of his lawn care program. So good stuff. And it will be back in stock soon, LG. Again, to everybody that I've been promising. I told you guys to be, right after Christmas, and it's not here yet. I apologize. I am, again, literally pushing as hard as I can to get it back in stock as quick as possible. I know the folks at Miramichi are working to get it in stock as fast as possible, and it will be soon. It will be back in stock soon. It is worth the wait. It is worth the wait. So again, thank you for the super chat, sir. You are the show sponsor of the evening, and you should be. I think everything was good. Is good to go. As far as your super chat, I'm just checking. All right, let's see what other comments we have here. Let me put up LG. Let me put some music on for LG while I look for the next comment. And I take a sip of my agua and limonada. Let's see here. Sean Murphy says he's in Tampa, Florida. Yep, Sean, what's going on? So D-Dom is up next saying, will you do another super sod top dress this season? I don't know at this point. I'm not planning to. I'm planning on doing like the carbonized PN on the front lawn. But you guys know me. I mean, the spirit might hit me midway through the season. And I'll be like, you know what? Just one more level. Just one more, maybe. We'll see. I'll reach out to Supersod and I'll see. The lawn doesn't really need it, so it'd likely be like a spot top dressing type video. I don't think I'll do the entire lawn. That's it's just a lot of work. I mean, I don't want Alex to hate me, and so there is that too. There's also that to consider as well. So I don't know, another top dress this season. I don't know. We'll see. It's still early. I reserve the right to change my mind, though. All right, Cats Meow 21 says, "What ground temperature for range for certainty? I live in Greensville, South Carolina." Yeah, I'm not sure on that, Cats Meow. I've sprayed it around this time of year. Actually, last year, this time of year, I used certainty and got good results with it against POA. So I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't recall seeing a temperature restriction on the label. Obviously, you don't want to be out there spraying if it's like freezing temperatures. If it's below freezing, I wouldn't do that. But if your temps are in the, I want to say that the temps were in the 40s, low 50s. When I was out doing it this time last January, and it worked just fine. But again, remember, here in Georgia, we have a winter here that they're relatively mild, other than the last like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I don't know the answer to your question as far as ground temperature. I don't believe there is anything on the label about that. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. I don't believe there is. And remember, certainty is not a certainty is a foliar. It's a foliar herbicide. So you don't necessarily want to apply this and then water it in. You want to spray this and allow it to dry on the weed that you're targeting on. In this case, probably likely Poanua, right? You want to spray it and let it dry on that. You don't want to water it in afterwards. So the ground temperature, I don't recall seeing anything in the label about ground temperature. So, and that really shouldn't matter too much because you're not really supposed to water it in. You're supposed to spray it, let it dry on the leaves, and let it sit and be good to go. So yeah. So hope that helps, Catsby. I think that's what you're asking. And if not, just chime in again, and I will revisit it. All right, let's see here. Let's see what else we have. Jerry Sobel. Jerry, you're back. What's going on, Jerry? Yeah, man, you're back. He says, I tell you, a lot of the folks that were around for a long time are jumping back in. He says, U of M should have won. They were robbed of a touchdown in the first quarter. I don't remember the Michigan. I forget what happened. I don't know what. I'm not sure which touchdown you were referring to, Jerry. But It's okay. Hey, listen, who knows if Georgia's going to win? I mean, they by all rights, they should beat Texas TCU here in the national championship. But first of all, for Georgia to even win a national championship, how about that? And then to win it 2 years in a row, I mean, that's you can't ask for any more. I mean, if they don't win another national championship in my lifetime, I mean, that's you have to say you call it good, right? Because we got more than we any of us. I think that. I mean, I'm sure, of course, Georgia fans will say they should win every year. But if you actually think we could win, we have a team to win every year. That's typically not the case. I don't think so. So, but Kirby's doing it, man. Kirby's doing it. Kirby's getting it down. He's a good coach. He's Mark Richt was good, but Kirby's taking it to another level for sure. All right, Ben Rayham's up next. Is nice, Cedric. Hopefully we start off the 2023 season. Great for the channel. I learn and have fun every week. And for the last several years, let's keep it going. I like everybody's questions as much as the answers. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's fun, man. Like in many ways, we're a small community, small family. We just cut up and have a good time talking about lawn care, right, and other topics too. So there's that. So Steven Johnson just became a member. I appreciate it, Steven. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Thanks for the support. Really do appreciate that. And I'm trying to see if there's any other questions. We might be winding down, guys. It's been a while since we've gone past the 3-hour mark, but I think we are. You guys are just going back and forth and going back to the LG. Okay, so Steven says, yeah, defining that nice clean edge. Okay, so you're talking about, you were not talking about, so to revisit, Steven's question was around how do I get a hard edge. He was saying soft edge. I thought you were talking about like physically feeling soft. If you're talking about a nice crisp edge, what I have found works best is a stick edger. So a stick edger, or if you have if you have the rotary scissors, those produce a really nice edge too. But the stick edger is easy. It's easier. Even with the rotary scissors, those can float a little bit. So I mean, as you use them more, you get better at it. But as far as the line being like making sure the line is like dead nut straight, the stick edger is easier because it literally runs. It kind of can drag against the side of the sidewalk or driveway or pavement or whatever else you're edging against. And that helps you just take off just as little amount of the material as you have to get a nice straight edge. Rotary scissors can do the same thing too, but if you push while you're holding it, because it floats, while you're moving it, if you happen to push on it a little bit, it'll cut right into the lawn. So, if it were me, I would say use a stick edger. Stick edger also is cheaper. Like the replacement blades are $5. They're not that expensive. Whereas getting the rotary scissors sharpened, I haven't had to do mine as yet, or haven't had to replace them. But I imagine either getting them sharpened or replacing them is going to be more expensive than a $5 stick blade, right? So if it were me, I would say get a stick, use a stick edger. And on that topic, I do have a video on how to it's actually called how to edge for a perfect razor's edge. And spoiler alert, I tell you to use a stick edger. Again, that's what I do. Doesn't mean it's the only way to do it, but it's what I have done and gotten good results with. Edging, let me see here, stick edger video. That one right there, that video that is linked to you, Steve. That's the one that will show it. Now, some people can do a really good job, especially like the guys that cut lawns for a living, the pros that they do it every day, all day. They can get a pretty good edge with a string trimmer. Like they can cut a really good edge with a string trimmer. You can likely do that too if you get good with practice. But if you just talk about like the easy that is going to consistently produce a good result, stick edger. That is my final answer. D-Dom says, never be mean and never burn bridges. Yep, that's true, because you never know, man. I mean, just when you think you're on top and you treat people badly, you never know who someone's going to be one day, and you might need their help, or you just never. Just in general, it's just better just not to be a jerk to people, even if they deserve it. It's better just to not be that way. All right, JG is up next. She says, at Ron Henry, thank you for giving us wives a place to buy gifts for our husbands. Without the Golf Course Lawn Store, I'd be lost. Happy New Year. Thank you so much, JG. You are very, 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 very welcome. And yeah, I mean, I know some people over the Christmas season got gift cards. They bought gift cards on the Golf Course Lawn Store. So, if you want to, if the guy in your life or gal in your life, they like lawn care stuff, and you don't know what, Carbon Pro G, Essential G, backpack sprayers, what I have no idea what all this stuff is. You can always just get a gift card, gift them that, and say, go have fun, knock yourself out, and they can get exactly what they want. But yeah, I appreciate the support, JG. I'm glad that I help solve the problem of how to get the guy that has everything, how to pick the right gift for him. How to pick the right lawn, the right lawn for him. Let's see here. And then No Live, he says, don't let him fool you. It's happening. All right. I'll take it. I'll take it. No Live on Instagram. All right. Next up, Tim Jackson is saying, I'll send a video in the March timeframe. Sounds good, man. Yeah, whenever you get around to running that aerator, send a video because I'd like to show it off. I mean, it'd be cool to see some serious heavy-duty hardware running. You know what I mean? Be nice to check it out because I will likely not own one of those. I don't have anywhere to put one, even if I could afford one. And so I'll have to live vicariously through watching you run that battle cruiser on your lawn. All right, next up is Dalen Krause. He says, hey, Ron, sorry to be joining late. It's okay. We'll forgive it this time. So I planned to do a renovation in March from Tiff Tuff to Tahoma. I plan to use a sod cutter to remove the grass and give to the local golf course. Will I have issues with Tiff Tuff trying to grow through the Tahoma since I won't be nuking the grass? I hope this makes sense. Yes. Yeah. So you may have a little bit, Dalen. You may have a little bit of it. Depends on how much of it you're taking out. It really depends on how much of it you're taking out. It shouldn't be much though. I mean, if you will likely have a little bit of breakthrough. But if you are using a sod cutter and you're pretty much removing much of the existing lawn, it shouldn't be a ton. It shouldn't be a ton to where you end up with a mutt lawn. I wouldn't think that's what you're going to end up with. Here's the thing. I've not done that. If you really want to be certain that you're not going to have a problem with the existing tiffway growing through the Tahoma, is to kill it off. Get some Fusilade, get glyphosate, mix the two of them together. That will kill Bermuda grass. Like I did it. I tested it on some Bermuda that was growing in my flower bed. I don't have flower beds. My mulch beds. I don't have flowers. In my mulch bed last summer. And it stayed dead. Because if you use glyphosate alone, so I've tried glyphosate by itself. Glyphosate by itself will burn down Bermuda. It'll knock it back, but the Bermuda will recover. After several months, it will grow back in. Fusilade and glyphosate, like it is still dead. It still looks like it's just dead grass. I can give you an analogy for it. It looks like hay. It looks like hay. It's like dead. Like there's nothing. There's a broadleaf weed that started to try to grow in the mulch bed, but the Bermuda that's in there is completely gone. It is dead. It is gone. So if you really want to, what you might do is if you can have a period of time between when you are when you're doing the sod cutter and then installing the Tahoma, what you could do is you might run the sod cutter. And again, I've not done this, but if it were me, this is what I would try. And I think this would improve your chances of it not having any of the old grass grow through. Is use the sod cutter to cut out the existing lawn because you want to give it away. You don't want to kill it. So I get that, and give that to the golf course, and then mix the same Fusilade glyphosate combo and blanket spray the entire lawn with it. Even though there really shouldn't be grass there, but if there's any roots still left, that might knock that off or kill anything that's existing there. I would give it a period of time after doing that before putting the Tahoma in, but that would likely increase your chances of not having breakthrough. I know I can tell you that if you spray the existing lawn with it, it will kill it. Like that will absolutely work. I don't know how well it would work against like the little stragglers that might pop back in after you cut it out, and any that might try and grow in. So if killing off the lawn isn't an option, like you want to preserve the sod because you want to donate it, then I would cut the sod out and then spray the same concoction, glyphosate, Fusilade, and give it a week or two, and then do your Tahoma installation afterwards. I think that's going to improve your chances of success for not having breakthrough. But even if you don't do that, it shouldn't be a ton. It shouldn't be a lot. It really shouldn't. Like, to a good example, like the Lawn Tools did a Tahoma 31 renovation, and I mean, I haven't seen anything from them on their channel, their Instagram, talking about them having problems with it. You know, the old grass breaking in and having a problem with it. So you may not even have to do what I'm suggesting as far as spraying the Fusilade glyphosate combination. But you know, because again, I don't have any direct experience doing it. I can tell you the combination will kill Bermuda if you spray it on actual grass. I don't know how well it would work on like the existing root zone. But it might not even be necessary, to be completely honest. So, you know, I don't know. I'll reach out to the Lawn Tools and ask them. I'll do that. I'll reach out. If you know what, let me do this. Let me make a note of your comment here, because you're probably not going to be doing it right now, right? I will reach out to them and ask them what they did for prep work, and we'll talk about it next week. How about that? Instead of like guessing, I'll ask someone that's actually done it, get their feedback, and we'll let you know. Good stuff. All right, Sean Murphy is here next. Sean Murphy is up next. He says, I've been convinced to go away from a rotary to a reel. Don't tell the wife. All right. This is GM 1000 just arrived today, ready for spring. Well, it's going to be kind of hard to hide a mower, isn't it? I mean, I guess you could. I mean, wives are pretty good at like at pointing at things in a house and you just be like, where did that come from? And they'll look at you dead in the face, but that's always been there. I mean, it may have been in the closet, I took it out, but that's always been there. A mower's kind of is a bit hard to pull that off with, but do you give it a shot? We will we'll definitely clap it up for you. You know, got to congratulate new equipment, and let us know. Keep me posted, Sean, as far as how it works out once you get the new equipment and are able to try out the GM 1000. I think you will be pleasantly surprised. It's an awesome mower. Ken Shade is in the house. He says, hey, Ron, love the content. Thank you so much, sir. He says, like last year, go Dogs. Yeah, man. Here's the thing. I don't want to jinx this. I don't want to jinx this. But I think we're over the curve. Not to say that TCU is not going to play a good game, but I think this scare of Georgia almost losing is exactly what the team needed to refocus and come in, full guns blazing here. What is it? I think it's Monday night. Whenever they're playing for the national championship, I think we're going to be good, guys. I think we're going to be good. I don't want to jinx this, but I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be okay. Josh Abib. Josh is back, man. I got a super chat from him. Thank you so much, Josh. Appreciate it. So, guys, Josh is
super chat received.
He's back for a bit. Hope you're doing well, pal. So, Josh, all the really cool hats, like, a lot of the cool swag that you see donated to the channel, like this hat, like the hats, like that one that's back there, and the official live stream cup. Like, Josh Abib is the one that donates a lot of that stuff, like a lot of like the custom hats, the one-off stuff that I do in the giveaways. So Josh, man, glad to see you're doing well, sir. Glad to see that you're back. And yeah, thank you so much for stopping in to say hey. That's glad to see that you're doing well. So all the really cool the custom hats and whatever. Thank Josh. He's the one that is behind that. Again, appreciate all the love and support. Appreciate all the love and support. All right. Sean Murphy says Empire Zoysia going from 1 1/4 inch to 0.75 inch, and much love from Tampa, Florida. Oh, she's talking about like going from 1 1/4 to 7.75. I know you can mow Empire that short, like the Relief from Real Rollers has a Zoysia lawn, and I believe it's Empire Zoysia, and he mows it at 5/8, which is shorter than 3/4 of an inch. It's like what is that, 0.62, something like that. So it's shorter than that, and his lawn looks great. So if you're going to do that, Sean, are you planning to scalp this spring? Is you planning to take it down just under 3/4 of an inch and then let it grow back into that? That may be the way how I might go about doing it. It's really your call. You can take it down over time, because in Tampa, the lawn likely never really goes dormant. So I'm thinking of a dormant lawn. So if you want to do it over time where your lawn doesn't look ugly, then that's an approach you can take. Just step it down. I don't even say 1/4 of an inch at a time. 1/4 inch might be too much. Maybe go like 0.12 and then another 0.12, another. So like maybe over the course of like 4 mowings, then slowly work your way, 4 or 5 mowings, work your way down to from 1 1/4 to to 0.75 and see how that works for you. Because again, I just noticed that you're in Tampa, and you probably don't want your lawn to look hideous when you do the major height of cut change. No Livey says, yeah, I was speaking about that, how you will definitely level your lawn this year. Sorry, there's a delay. You never know. You don't know that. You don't know that I'm gonna level my lawn. I might not level my lawn. You're not the boss of me. I might not do it. I might not. I might not. I'm just, it sounds like I'm trying to convince myself, right? It's just so much work. It's so much work. And then I promised Alex that I wouldn't do it this year. And I mean, he'll probably just say, whenever if I decide to do it and I tell him, he'll just be like, hey man, I'm going on vacation that week. I can't help you out. Sorry, too bad. So yeah, that's likely what'll happen. All right, next is It's Audacity. Says, looking at a house with 60,000 square feet of lawn. Wow. With of lawn compared to my 10K right now. So you're getting over an acre, man. That's a lot. Have a Lesco spreader, but only a 20-inch true cut and a backpack sprayer. And I'm thinking of the logistics of the lawn. Yeah, dude, if at over an acre, you are past backpack sprayer territory. I mean, you're really going to want to use, if you're doing it yourself, I mean, you're going to want to use like a pull behind, like a tow behind. You're going to want to use something like that. And for a mower, you're like on a triplex, like an actual ride-on, like real mower, something like that. I mean, I would not push real mow 60,000 square feet. I mean, I mean, that you're talking about hours and hours to do that. It's just way too much work. I wouldn't, I would not do that. I think this is Roberts. Do I have it? No. And I'm trying to find Roberts. You need something like this. Like, this is what you need. Like that is what your life's going to look like if you decide that you're going to go, you want to real mow 60,000 square feet. Real mowing over an acre, you're not going to you're not going to want to push real mow that. So just so you know. Yeah, but yeah, so a tow behind, I'd say a tow behind sprayer, and if you're going to real mow it, a triplex, something like that is going to be the way to go. I'm trying to think of what else that you're going to need. Those are the two big things, like your mower and then your way to spray liquids. And when it comes to a broadcast spreader, yeah, something big industrial as well too. That's yeah, because even that for an acre, let me think. For an acre, for 6,000 square feet, let's see, like a bag of, put it this way, like a bag of Humic Max covers 15,000 square feet, right? So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. That'd be 6 bags, right? My math right? 6,000 square feet, 15. Yeah, so 6 bags. So yeah, if walking over an acre isn't that big a deal to you, and putting out 6 bags of fertilizer isn't that big a deal to you, then yeah, you could use like a push broadcast spreader. But I don't think that's going to work, because here's the thing too, logistically. Let's think about it this way. Let's say you're going to do 6 bags, if you're doing 60,000 square feet, ideally you would drop the bags throughout different parts of the lawn. That means you're going to be toting a 45-pound bag of fertilizer to like one spot, and then a little bit further out, then a little bit further out, then a little bit further out, and a little bit further out, and you haven't even started spreading the stuff yet. And now you have to go get your actual broadcast spreader and go actually put it out. So a larger, everything for you is going to be bigger. Everything's going to be bigger. Like, and ideally tow behind type equipment, like bigger equipment that just allows you to put out a lot more material faster, because otherwise it's just not gonna really be feasible to maintain it. Or you can just pick to maintain only a part of it. I don't know if you want all 60,000 square feet to look awesome. I mean, if you do, that's cool, but it's just a lot of work. I mean, you're talking about maintaining a soccer pitch. I mean, that's probably bigger than a soccer field. I'm not sure how many square feet a soccer field is, but let me see here. How many square feet is a soccer field? Let's see what it says. It is, yeah, so 81,000 square feet. So not quite as big as a soccer field, but you're talking about, 3/4 of a soccer field is what you're talking about cutting. It says it's 81,000 square feet. You're 60,000 square feet. So big. It's a lot. So I would definitely look at bigger equipment, tow behind sprayer, triplex mower, and some kind of industrial or bigger tow behind like broadcast spreader to put out your granular products, because it's otherwise you won't stick with it if you're doing it all manually. It'd be really hard to do that. congrats on the new place, though. Sounds like a cool project. A lot of work. Sounds like a lot of fun. All right. Next is Ben Raham. He says, Doug, I'll send you a shirt too if Ron emails me back a coordinate. Glad we supported today. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I guess if I'm not sure what shirt, like a t-shirt, I guess sure. If you email me, or like my email is right here, ron@golfcourseline.com. So if there's something that you guys want to, I guess if you want to email me and then you want me just to pass addresses between you guys, you can do that. That works too. However you want to do it. All right, guys, we are winding down. I think we're getting close here. Ben Raham says, oh, gee, we were well aware you could bring it. Love all y'all grass fans. Keep the questions coming for Ron. D-Dom says, I know you're in the same city as me, but do you have 5 gig internet? No, I do not. It's not available yet here. I'm stuck with a paltry 1 gig connection, which again is kind of insane to say that because I grew up with dial-up. Here's the thing: when I was getting on the internet, I had to pay per minute for dial-up. Like on the islands, in the island I grew up on, it was 25 cents per minute to be online. So add that up. Like the first time I installed Linux, I installed Debian. And this is when Debian could be on like you could install the base image off of like 4 floppy disks, and it was like $70 or $80 is what it ended up costing me to do that over dial-up because it's just a really slow connection. So yeah, a gigabit connection is really plenty, but 5 gig would be nicer. Like whenever I'm uploading content to YouTube or whatever, it's just better. Like this stream is using 60-ish megabits per second. I've got 1,000 megabits, so 1,000 is still overkill. So still be nice to have though. Still be nice. It'd be nice to run like your speed test and be able to to post it, be like, yeah, check it out. It's pretty cool. It's kind of pointless, but it's still cool, right? Which that counts for something. And Doug says, make sure your modem can handle 5 gig before you get 5 gig internet. Mine can. Like I have like the interfaces on my firewall / router are 10 gigabit. Like within the house for like my core switch is a 10 gigabit switch. So for the stuff that supports it, like the thing that I'm talking to you guys on now, like this machine it's 10 gigabit Ethernet. So for the stuff in the house that have the interface, I'm largely running 10 gig throughout the house because it's faster. It's easier. It's better for moving big files around. For most normal stuff, it's completely unnecessary, but for when you're moving files, it makes a big difference. All right, No Name says, I went to tech and I cannot support any of this UGA nonsense. Man, listen, you guys should like the school with all the really smart people, like with all the, the engineers and, robotics people and stuff like that. Let us have football. Why you guys got to be greedy? Come on, let us have something. Jeez, man, I tell you. All right, I think we're almost out here, guys. We got Benjamin Kane says, I've been MIA since the beginning of December. Happy to be back and dominate this year. Keep up the hard work, and info is invaluable. I appreciate it, Benjamin. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad that that whenever you decide to come back to YouTube and lawn care, that you choose to stop in here and say hi for a little bit. I know you have tons of choices. I know you have tons of choices of where you can spend your time. So coming to hang out here is much appreciated. All right, Mike Harvey says, Ron, I emailed you some pictures of my front yard that I painted. I think it turned out pretty good. Thought you might find it interesting. Let's see here. Mike Harvey. You guys want to see Mike Harvey's turf painted lawn, his front lawn? Let's see. I got to tell you guys, I mean, I'm changing my tone on turf paint. Like I've seen it done really badly, but if you saw like what the Lawn Tools did this past year, where they did like the Christmas theme, like it was red and green stripes, it looks good. And then I think they've gone now to, I think it's like green and brown stripes now. So like he's doing like a green stripe and a dormant stripe, and it looks good. I mean, it looks. I mean, you can tell it's not real grass, but it still looks pretty legit. And let's see, you guys want to see what Mike's lawn looks like? You guys sent a couple pictures here. Are they two of the same, Mike? Let me make sure. No, he sent one on a cloudy day and one on a overcast day. So we will show both of them because he took the time to take these pictures, and we don't want to not show off all the man's hard work. So this is the, so this is the other one. Okay, so let's do this guy first. This picture, you can see the before and after. So it is dormant and then green. That actually looks pretty good. I gotta take credit to you, Mike. You did a pretty good job. It looks nice and even. I don't see any areas where it got too heavy. I like it. I would rock that. And then the other one, nicer picture, another angle. Looks good. Yeah, man. Looks good. I mean, it looks like overall you did a pretty good job. There's a, I mean, you can't even really see too many heavy spray spots. There's like one small area where it's a little bit heavier, but overall, man, it looks great. Yeah, I mean, that looks like grass. I have to admit, that looks really good. Nice work. Nice work. It looks good, man. Nice work. Good job. Good job. All right, yeah. So Josh is back. LG's like, Josh is like, Habib. Yeah, even though I'll never be a Bills fan, never, ever. I don't, I'm not a Bills fan, but I did have, what's his name? Josh Allen and my quarterback in my league. So yeah. So I was a Bills fan whenever they were playing, because I needed Josh to do well, which he did this season. All right, next up is Andrew Buck. He says, just wanted to say hi, Ron. I also plan on testing baby shampoo this year in the yard this year. Might be a waste of time, but we will see. Keep up the great work, man. Yeah, keep me posted. Keep me posted how it works. I mean, the thing is, can baby shampoo work as a surfactant? Sure. But like actual surfactant is not that expensive. It's not like, I mean, baby shampoo is what, maybe $5 for a bottle of it. And actual surfactant is not that much more expensive. So like, that's why I don't know that it's necessarily, worth the not just using something that's designed for use on lawns. So there you go. But yeah, definitely test it and let me know. Andrew. Ben says, LOL, I use a tow behind for a 12K lawn. He's like, 60K, forget that noise. I only got 12,000 square feet and I'm rocking a tow behind. So that should help out, is letting you know that a tow behind, once you get bigger, it makes a lot of sense. It definitely makes your life easier. Again, assuming you got a place to put it and all that, tow behind is a good option. Doug 350Z says, I have a UDM Pro. I know it can handle it, but AT&T modem connection to the UDM Pro isn't fiber, so I don't think I can get 5 gig. So if so here's the thing, Doug. If AT&T is if you're getting AT&T, like the mower, not the mower, everything is mowers. The gateway they're going to install, like the one they're going to install, is the BGW 320. And that one is it's the modem, and also has the ONT built into it, I believe. So it's like a combination system. Like with the 1 gig fiber, you have the modem inside your house, or the router inside your house, and then there's also a piece of equipment that the fiber termination equipment that's typically on the outside of the house. With the 5 gig, all the people that I've seen that have had it, it's all in one. So the ONT and the router are all in one unit. And that has fiber input, and it has has fiber, and also the 5 gig port. So your existing, if you have like an Aris or whatever you have, like whichever one of the Arises that you have, probably, that you're not going to use that. Your existing router will not work for 5 gigabit. They will switch it out for, I believe the BGW 320 is the one that they're installing. And in which case your UDM Pro should be okay, assuming it has a 5 gig interface in it, which I don't know if it does. All right. Well, cool, guys. I think that is it for this evening. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I had to cover here. So Ben just said, hey, Ron, I sent an email to coordinate the merch t-shirts to LG, Doug, TT, Cedric, Amos, and other big sponsors from the stream tonight. Love you, them, and the content and the form you provide. Yeah, awesome. Yes, I will absolutely make that happen, Ben. I'll reach out to all of them and get their shirt sizes, and then you can do your thing. So yeah, very, very awesome. I really do appreciate all the feedback and support, guys. Thank you for all the generous super chats and everything this evening. Is really, really good. Again, as just to recap really quick, you guys know Humic Max is coming. Go to the store, put your name on the list to be notified when it's going to be released. The same thing for the Country Club Complete is, you can't see that on the store yet. I was just showing you guys a preview of it. By this time next week, my goal is to have that live on the store as well. And you'll be able to put your name down as well for pre-orders to be notified whenever it comes in stock as well too. So, and hopefully this time next week I'll have some good news on Essential G for you guys. I mean, they are working on it. They are working to get it back in stock. So as soon as it's in stock, you guys will be the first to know. So go to the store as well and put your name in to be notified whenever Essential G comes back in stock, and that way you'll be literally the first persons to know whenever it is here. Yeah, and so I have another question here from Vlad. Let's see. Offered Envy says, "Hey, buy shirt from Ron. Don't worry about a free one." Yeah. If you guys want to buy merch, guys, those of you guys on Instagram, this is the merch store. I'll post it in the chat here again for those of you guys and gals on the gram. So that is the merch store, and also for the folks in the live stream outside of Fertilizer and the Carbon Kit and Essential G. If you feel like getting some Ron Henry swag, there is the link, the merch store. And for anyone watching this after the fact, watching it tomorrow morning, it'll be in the show description as well. All right, guys, gals, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I think that is all I had for this evening. Vlad is asking a question. He says, "Did you ever get that chair you're supposed to get for Christmas?" I did. This is it. This is it right here. It's an Aeron. I got a Herman Miller Aeron, and because I am tall, I got this. I got a headrest for it, and I love it. Absolutely love it. You never realize how big, how good a video or a chair can be until you have a good one. So yeah. And those of you on Instagram, I'm sorry. I think Instagram has a 4-hour limit, and the stream just dropped. So there you go. But guys, gals, thanks again. Let's see. Tom B. Another question says, "Will Humic Max be back in stock this year?" Yes, Tom. It is coming. We are going to carry it in stock. I'm committing to that. In addition to that, I'll show you here really quick for any of you guys that were joining late. In addition to Humic Max, there's another fertilizer as well that we are going to be offering. So go here. Let me go here first. I'll send this link for you. Go here. This is where you can be notified when Humic Max is available again. So put your name in, chime in, put your email in. As soon as it comes in stock, you will know. You'll get an email for it. But in addition to Humic Max, in addition to that, Tom, there's another fertilizer that we're offering that we're going to be carrying this year as well. It's going to be Country Club Complete, which is this guy. It's a 14-7-14. It has some kelp in it, a bit of humic acid in it, and also some micronutrients, some iron, manganese. It's in the name, it's complete. It's got a bit of everything. So if you need a starter fertilizer, great option. If your soil test results say that you need a fertilizer with phosphorus in it, also a great option. And as far as prill size, that is Humic Max. That is Country Club Complete. So you can see this is a 150 SGN size. This is an 80 SGN size. So this is truly a greens grade fertilizer. So it's going to work on all grass types. Well, guys, gals, thanks again for hanging out this evening. Really appreciate all the love and support. Looking forward to this season. It's going to be awesome. I'll keep you guys posted on as things come back in stock. Love and appreciate all of you. Until next time, we'll see you guys next week. Have an amazing weekend.